Hello, everyone. My name is Ivan Pavlovsky, and this is Encrypted. Today we have an English day because we're hosting the 2025 IEEE Second Ukrainian DLT Forum. And today's special theme is reBUIDL. I'm gonna ask my colleague Sergey to join us, and he will tell you more about this event and what's going to happen today. Hello, Sergey. Nice to hear you for the second time. And the stage is yours. Please tell the audience what's going to happen today and what is IEEE.
Yeah, thanks, Ivan. Hello, everyone. My name is Sergey Gribnyak. I'm the chair. I'm an organizing committee chairperson for this conference, and I'm also a co-chair of IEEE Ukraine blockchain group. So we are starting the basically second IEEE Ukraine Distributed Ledger Technologies Forum. Previous forum, the first forum was in 2023. It was a success, and we are developing this initiative going forward. So I would like to give a little bit of a background of what is IEEE and why it is important, what we're doing and why it is important. So IEEE stands for Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. It was founded in 1963, and its predecessors were American Institute of Electrical Engineers, founded in 1884, and Institute of Radio Engineers, founded in 1912. So the founding members of American Institute of Electrical Engineers was Nikola Tesla, Thomas Edison, and other prominent minds of that time. So IEEE currently has it is largest professional organization in the field. It currently has more than 500,000 members. It has sections in more than 160 countries. It produces more than approximately 30% of the world literature on electrical and electronics and computer engineering. And also, it is pretty active organization, and in particularly, it is active in the blockchain field, because blockchain technical community, you can visit it on blockchain.ieee.org, and there are regular events across the globe, and it is a great platform for networking and acquiring the new knowledge, and have kind of like an academic and research angle to what we're doing here. So you may not have heard about IEEE, but you for sure have heard about Wi-Fi. I mean, not only heard, you're using Wi-Fi, you're using Bluetooth, you're using Ethernet, and these are all standards which are regulated by IEEE SA, IEEE Standards Association. So in generally, often we can see that on the conferences in various media, the adoption of distributed ledger technologies is compared to the adoption of internet. And it often stated that, yeah, we are still early. And imagine how would internet look without Bluetooth, without Wi-Fi, or without Ethernet, which are the foundational technologies for what we have here. I'm talking about internet. So this is why I think it is very important. And currently, the distributed ledger technologies is entering the mass adoption phase, and mass adoption standards is a path to mass adoption. So I will be speaking about it a little more tomorrow, but generally we believe that this is a very important part, and we actually invite everyone to participate. And by the way, yesterday we received, I also am a founding chair person of the of IEEE SA 327101 standard for recurring transactions on the blockchain. And yesterday we received an award from IEEE Region 8 and also from earlier this year from IEEE SA Global. So in September, after me, the stage will Yevgen Pichkalyov will, who is the former chair, who is the former head chair of IEEE Ukraine Section. We basically, yes, we took, following our efforts, Ukraine has become an official observer at IEEE Standards Board. So we kind of can proceed to the next phases. So the purpose of this event is to establish collaboration between to help establishing better collaboration between the government, between academia, between industry, and kind of when you are reviewing our program, usually it has all the, usually for the second time, but yeah, we already can use the word usually. It is representative of both, of all three of these groups, and yeah, that's the topic of the conference of this year is rebuild of Ukraine. In other words, how we can apply distributed ledger technologies and make our country better. And since we are going through these very hard times when a lot of infrastructure is getting destroyed, when we will be rebuilding it, we can achieve potentially better results than if we would be just modernizing it. So that's the purpose of this event, to share some insights on what is possible. And yeah, I will leave it here, and I would like to invite to the stage Yevgen Pichkalyov, who is the former chair of IEEE Ukraine Section. 1 second.
Hello, everyone. Do you hear me well?
Yes, Yevgen. Hello. We hear you. Great.
So I will be much shorter. So, and do not.
I guess something with the connection.
All right, I will leave the stage to Yevgen.
IEEE Second Ukrainian DLT Forum. First, I would like to express my support and gratitude to the forum volunteers. In these challenging times, under daily Russian attacks, you continue to dedicate your time and efforts to organizing an Ukrainian event. Thank you very much. Also, I would like to extend my specially thanks to the Ukrainian armed forces for their protection, which has made it possible for us to hold such event. Thank you. And I wish all participants on all listens and speakers enjoyable and fruitful presentation and discussions. So let's start. Thank you.
Thank you, Yevgen. So the next person to present, I guess it's Max, who will share the agenda with you. And I'm going to leave. I'm going to wish you all the best luck with this conference. And we are here always supporting you, because we do believe it's very important topic of rebuilding Ukraine, because we're living here and we want it to be as strong as possible. So good luck, guys. Have a nice conference.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ivan, for all of the support. I'm Max Semenchuk, representing one of the partners, Web3 Institute. I would not go too much on myself and the organization. There would be a dedicated session in the end of today. But let me speak a bit about what expects you, what are the speakers, the topics, and all about this conference we have. We're doing the second conference. This time we have the topic, it's rebuild or reBUIDL. Like in Web3, we have this jokes about words. So whenever we speak to policymakers or organization, that seems to be one of the most important, the key topic, for Ukraine. And it also, like everybody argues that it should start before the end of, full-scale aggression. It's already happening now. We should prepare for that. And for that, the collaboration of those 3 types of partners that Sergey mentioned is very instrumental. We also use this event, as it's like end of the year, is the time to share the results, like for the research or for our activities through the year, and also speak and synchronize with our partners regarding the plans for the future. So yeah, I hope that it won't be only the charter, it will be also a space where new ideas would lead to specific actions. Also, one of the changes from the previous conference, I think it was more focused on the academy space and the papers. This time we were more open about that and didn't restrict it to specifically research papers. And we also opened up space for more of conversations in the groups. So we still would have like 3 days of keynotes, of course, but there would be meetups organized together with partners where there would be more opportunities for direct conversations between people. And we also will collect all of the ideas. So from all of the speeches, we'll create a report that would collect the best ideas of what we can learn, what were the insights about the Ukraine rebuild, where Web3 and decentralized technologies, like what role they play and who are the people who share those ideas. So this would be published and shared among all the participants. So mostly through our, we have in total more than 50 speakers and 33 sessions through more than a week of content. Most of it would be about the digital trust and identity. It would be about the public sector innovation. It won't be restricted only to blockchain. There would be some connections with artificial intelligence. We'll speak about democracy and participatory governance. And of course, the bridges we built with the standards within the industry. So let me present just some highlights of the different groups. So for example, from academia, we will have Professor Dr. Roman Beck. He represents the European Decentralization Institute, the Bentley University. He is one of the key experts on the European sandbox for distributed technologies. We would have high representatives from IEEE organizations like Dr. Alex Nota from the Finland blockchain group. We would have representatives from the research centers like Stefan Krass from Austrian Blockchain Center, presenting the collaborative work between the Austrian universities and specifically for business. We'll have many reputable universities of Washington, of York. Of course, in Ukraine, we will also have Kyiv Mohila Academy, Kyiv Polytechnic Institute, National Academy of Science, representing our speakers from Ukraine. So pretty strong academic representation. Then on the regulation side, tomorrow would be a big panel dedicated to the impact of the Web3 and distributed technologies on the digital economy of Ukraine. There, Sergey, my colleague who spoke earlier, would be presenting the research for the first time that we're currently undergoing. And we'll have great experts and influencers like Alex Bornyakov, the Deputy Minister of the Digital Economy from the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. We will have Dmitro, one of the leading legal experts who was also one of the main co-authors of the law we have in Ukraine. We'll have Olga Osinska, who will speak on the Ukrainian sandbox for Web3 and AI. We have legislators from Taiwan. We have a great presentation from the Dino on the United Nations Joint Staff Pension Fund experiments with identity, and many more great representatives from the regulation side. And last but not least, of course, the industry. We'll have Binance, we'll have Hacken, we'll have Ernst & Young. Paul Brody will be speaking just after we do these remarks. We'll have representatives of investment funds, Bitcoin centers, the public goods funding, and many great builders and technologists who are working directly in the fields with this. So just to reiterate, 3 days we will dedicate to the keynote presentations that I spoke just now, but also please pay attention. We have this link for the full agenda on Luma, DLT Forum. We can maybe share it in YouTube comments or somewhere. But there would be, on the November 14th, there would be event on the future of digital democracy together with the Radical Exchange, one of the most interesting research and ideation communities presenting ideas together with Vitalik Buterin and with Taiwan and so on. So there we will have experience from many countries on advancing democracy with technology. So I invite you there. Also, most of our events are in English, but on November 18th, we'll have a dedicated meetup for Web3 education for Ukrainians. So if you're like an educator, if you're a researcher, or if you're even a student, and you're interested in the state of Web3 education, come there to hear some lightning talks from the Ukrainian educators, but mostly informal networking and open discussions on how can we advance the Web3 education in Ukraine. And on November 20th, we will have meetup in partnership with the Linux Foundation Decentralized Trust on the national and ecosystem approaches to digital identity and wallets. So it's very interesting. There were a lot of developments lately in the world, like Bhutan, digital ID. Ukraine is also big in digital ID, but maybe we can do more steps in the decentralization or connecting it with the Web3 world. So there would be also some of the Ukrainian and international experts speaking, but it's a place like a meetup for connection and collaboration. So on this note, I would like to thank you. I wish you a great experience with this conference. You can see the contacts of the organizing committee, and if at any time, if you would have anything to share with us, please go ahead and yeah, let's go.
All right, thanks, Max. So I will pick it up from here, and until the break, I will be the host for the conference. After the break, Max will replace me, and the second part of the day, he will be the host. So thank you, Max, for a good presentation about what is being ahead of us. I would like to invite to the stage our first speaker. His name is Paul Brody. He is the global leader of Ernst & Young on blockchain. Ernst, for those who don't know, Ernst & Young is a big four, one of the four biggest consulting companies in the world, and he also is a chairman of Enterprise Ethereum Alliance, which was one of the earliest alliance of enterprises across blockchain technologies, and at the time it was the biggest one. Paul, the stage is yours. Let me 1 second. Yes.
Fantastic. And Sergey, I'm just going to have to tell you to advance the slides because I am in Singapore and I didn't bring a laptop. I just brought my iPad. So everything here is being done on the iPad, and the StreamYard client doesn't support presentation from the iPad. So super excited to be here. Super excited to be talking about this. I really want to echo Max's comments before. We're in a really interesting environment right now where I'm really happy to see Ukraine thinking about reconstruction. And the challenge for reconstruction is that you need to do it while the war is still going on and while a lot of stuff is still happening, right? Daily, bombardment, which is absolutely no joke. And so all of this sort of caused me to spend a little bit of time thinking about what does kind of rebuilding for resilience look like, and in particular, kind of what kind of lessons can we learn from the rest of the world? Because any kind of reconstruction opportunity presents an opportunity to leapfrog the rest of the world in terms of where they're going. So what I would like to do today is really talk about what this future path might look like and what kinds of things are possible if you choose to build on new infrastructure and kind of change the underlying structure of the economy accordingly. So with that, let's get going. We'll start on the next page, which is, I really think there's a lot of lessons to be learned from Ethereum. Ethereum is a heavily decentralized system, and it's remarkable because it has been running continuously now for over a decade without a single minute of downtime, which is truly, truly astonishing. And during that process, Ethereum has gone through more than 14 major network upgrades, including a complete transformation of the network that shifted it from a proof of work network to a proof of stake network. So I think we have a lot of evidence from the experience of Ethereum that decentralized systems can be incredibly resilient, they can be incredibly robust, and they can mature very, very nicely over time, and they can adapt, right? If we think about proof of work, this was a system that seemed like a great idea when you weren't processing a lot of transactions. But as you put it under pressure and you add more and more transactions to the system, it became clear that the carbon footprint and the transaction kind of compute power required to run proof of work competitively and effectively wasn't working. And so whereas Bitcoin has been unable to shift away from proof of work, Ethereum made a very elegant switch to proof of stake and did so with zero downtime and cut its carbon footprint and its resource consumption by over 99%. So if we go to the next slide, one of my key points of view is that if we can, to the extent that's possible, do the rebuild on a decentralized operational model, we will get a lot of advantages, right? I think operational resilience is one of the most important, and that is something that will show up on day one. Censorship resistance, I think from an individual standpoint, right, the ability to be able to speak your mind is incredibly important. Censorship resistance for individuals in a political context has an equivalent for business users, which is monopoly resistance. Monopolies are incredibly destructive to value creation, to wealth creation, and to growth. And so decentralized systems that are permissionless and interoperable are very, very resistant to monopolies. And done right, they can be exceptionally resistant to corruption. They can provide a level of transparency that is extremely valuable. That being said, I think it's worth admitting with some level of honesty that corruption resistance in a blockchain ecosystem is not a guarantee. Just because people are aware of there's transparency as to what's going on isn't a guarantee that people will take action when they see bad things happening. On the next slide, in terms of what is this potential scope for applying blockchain technology, especially something like Ethereum, the answer is pretty much all of it. I like to joke that this is a very sophisticated business school kind of structure for understanding how all transactions work, but it's really super simple. Every transaction, B2B, B2C, government to government, government to individual, government to business, it's all the same. Money for stuff, right? One party has money, the other party has product, service, or asset. They are exchanging those things under the terms of some kind of an agreement. And so when you think about the overall long-term scope of what's possible on a distributed infrastructure, the answer for me would be 100% of all business and personal transactions can go on chain. And I would also like to add that if you look at things like the Ethereum roadmap, that is a completely realistic aspiration. The Ethereum strategic roadmap The goal is 1 trillion transactions a day over the next few years. That means 100 transactions per person for every person on Earth every day. And that's just where we can get to in the next few years. So with that sort of foundation laid, I want to talk about sort of what I see as kind of the two big things that we can do to think strategically about the future of business and finance in a decentralized infrastructure. The first one is around the future of money on the next slide, right? And I really believe this is an incredible leapfrog opportunity to change from the way money is handled today, which is actually quite slow and relatively inefficient, to an entirely new model. And this is a model that I call streaming money. So, and I'll come back to this in a moment, but streaming money is a lot like streaming music or video, right? Instead of downloading an entire movie and then watching it, we're going to stream the movie continuously, one little bit at a time. The same thing is going to happen with money. Instead of moving money around in big chunks like paychecks and big payments, we're going to stream it one small bit at a time based on progress, activity, output. So let's talk about the future of money on the next page. There's three big drivers of what people are going to look for in terms of pushing for demand for money in stablecoins. The first is to buy assets. The second is to make consumer payments both for stuff and between people. And the third is to run business ecosystems. On the consumer side, on the next page, right, if we think about what the future of banking looks like, it's got all the same features: deposits, payments, loans, savings and investment, insurance, all the financial services that you expect to have from a bank or a traditional financial services company can be delivered on chain. And there's a couple of really important characteristics of this. First of all, we can deliver these on chain at a fraction of the cost of the traditional banking system and at a much, much higher level of speed. It's not quite seamless today, but we're quickly reaching the point that basically it's almost impossible to tell the difference between an on-chain bank account and a traditional bank account. The only real difference is the drastic difference in underlying operating cost, right? And that's going to have a big impact because if you want to bank everybody, it's got to be cheap and it's got to be massively scalable. There's an equivalent picture on the next slide around what the future of payments look like for enterprises. Now, where consumers want very traditional things like deposits, payments, loans, and they want them very, very cheaply, enterprises already have access to all of that. But they have been wary about embracing crypto, blockchain, and stablecoins for a variety of other reasons. Top of the list, regulation. Now, a lot of consumers can kind of exempt themselves from regulation. It's just not practical for large companies, for governments to pursue every consumer on every street corner who's got like a USDC in their wallet. But banks and large corporations, they care about regulation. They need not just to not be prosecuted, they need a clear green light. They need local currencies. They need interoperability between stablecoins, right? You know, there are literally dozens of US dollar stablecoins, for example. We need to be able to retrieve all of them for $1 face value, integration with banking and integration with systems. And all of these things are gradually happening. They are not probably as advanced in the enterprise space as in the consumer space, but we are really getting there. And one of my favorite examples is SAP. SAP is the world's largest ERP infrastructure developer, and they have developed an add-on to their ERP system called Digital Currency Hub. With Digital Currency Hub, you can have full integration between your bank, your crypto custody partner, and your own enterprise systems. And EY was actually, not only did we help SAP with this implementation, we were one of the first to make use of it. I think we actually were the first to make use of it. We received a payment last year from PayPal to EY that was done with PYUSD stablecoin, sent to our institutional account at Coinbase, and then in EY's own systems, it showed up as cash paid against an invoice. And that is full automation. At that point, we can now just give somebody a Ethereum address, and we can receive payment for invoices and other activities. And especially for things like cross-border, we can receive it in 99% less time for 99% less cost with zero incremental cost to EY because we have full automation and integration. And that is the critical unlock for business users, is that system integration. In fact, EY surveyed about 250 companies this year on what their adoption plans were for stablecoins and banking. And the answer is, number one issue for them, the obstacle is ERP integration. Despite that, 54% of large corporates said they plan to enter and start using stablecoins in the coming year. And the number one use case, sending money and receiving money, especially across border. So this ecosystem is going to grow enormously. Now, is it going to get to 54% usage in a year? I think that's very optimistic, but I think it's going to be significantly higher than where it is today a year from now. The next thing I want to talk about very briefly on the next page is just kind of the overall state of the ecosystem. One of the things that people are often talk about is, hey, blockchains are actually not that efficient. And that's actually true. The magic in the blockchain ecosystem is the level of competition. So it is true that like decentralized systems are highly, they're quite duplicative, right? Everybody's checking each other's work. And so it's tempting to think, oh, they're going to cost more in the long run. The answer is actually they don't, mainly because of the competition inside the ecosystem. It's so efficient. And so everybody needs to get used to this idea that we're headed towards this benchmark standard of payments are going to cost under a penny and they're going to be executable in under a second. And as that happens, I really believe there's going to be a big shift in how we manage money on chain, and the opportunity for Ukraine in reconstruction is to really kind of skip towards that model. The next page, I kind of talk about this, but where we are today is we're on this continuum between dollars and days, if you use things like correspondent banking, and a penny, under a second, if you use kind of a fully on-chain model. Right now, as things improve, we're basically doing a better job at a lower cost, but we're not really changing things, right? Sometimes in the tech world, we call this your mess for less or your mess faster. But at some point, if you start to think about transactions being fundamentally free, then you really want to rethink your business model, right? So how would your business operate differently if payments were free and instantaneous? And the analogy, before I answer that question, the analogy I want you to think about is streaming music on the next page. A long time ago, if you're old like me and you have lots of great hair, you actually bought records or CDs or tapes, right? So we bought analog media in big chunks. You bought an entire album usually. When we went to digital, first you bought a whole album, or you ripped your CD and you loaded it into your MP3 player. But then we started buying individual songs. But eventually it got to the point where compute power and data capacity was so large, it was effectively free. And then someone came along and said, you know what? You should just subscribe to music and we'll just send you whatever you want, whenever you want it. And that was a streaming model. And what was interesting about the streaming model is we had been in a world of digital music for almost a decade by the time the streaming model came up. It didn't show up on day one. It showed up after a decade of digital transformation. I think same thing is at risk of happening here with digital payments. So what does this look like? I think two things. Number one, for business users on the next page, it's really about how you manage your global treasury and payments. Today, companies keep kind of piles of cash all over the world, and then they have a kind of a central global treasury that tries to manage, any kind of surplus money, get a good return, and hold on to it potentially before returning it to shareholders or spending it. I believe the future is that global treasury becomes a lot bigger, and all of the outlying kind of banking and payment systems become much smaller, because it's now possible to manage global payments, global treasury almost instantaneously. Today we keep money the same way we keep inventory. We keep it in places to handle the uncertainty about when we get paid or when money is coming in. In the future, we don't need to worry about that because money can be moved instantly anywhere. So we're going to keep as much of it as we need to in this central location, and we're going to try to maximize the return on that investment. Now, for businesses, this is about operationalizing changes in working capital towards a just-in-time model. For individuals, a very similar thing is going to happen, which I talk about on the next page, which is we're going to move away from paying stuff 1 day at a, 1 month at a time, whether it's getting paid every 2 weeks or 4 weeks, or paying our bills every month. We're going to move to a model where we basically pay in real time, or we pay every single day. And I think what's going to drive this forward is really the incentive power of working with folks and paying them immediately. There's just a ton of academic research that basically says, if you tell somebody, if you save electricity today, you're going to save money in 30 days, it's not very compelling. If you say, I can save you 25, 50 or cents or $1 or $5 today, that's not a big deal if you're thinking about 30 or 60 days from now when your electricity bill comes and then you have to pay it. But if you say, I'm going to save you money today and you're going to see those savings tonight at midnight, that's a big deal. And it's an even bigger deal for people who work on an hourly basis or gig workers, right? If you say we need extra people to work and you're going to get paid today, that's a big deal. In fact, the research basically shows results are between 100 and 300% more effective if you offer same-day incentives or immediate incentives compared to having to wait for weeks at a time. So I think we're headed towards an economy of streaming money, paying every day, getting paid every day, and that's the future. That's what the future of money looks like. So that's the future of money. But I think in this picture that we painted at the beginning of the discussion, right, it's money for stuff under the terms of an agreement. All we've talked about is the money, right? And at the end of the day, we're always exchanging money for stuff. And so we should talk about the business applications, the other part of that, starting on the next page. So industrial applications have been really slow to arrive in the world of crypto and blockchain technology. The reality is that like 99% of the stuff that we do is financially focused. And I think if you're building a truly diversified industrial economy, you need industrial capabilities. You need things like inventory management and asset management. And so if we go to the next page, again, let's revisit this picture of money for stuff. We've been so focused on the money, but the truth is that making payments is actually a relatively small part of the total cost of running a business. Everything that businesses do depends on cooperation and coordination. And today, if you look at this picture I laid out on the next slide, basically all the clever things that companies do inside of their business fall apart the minute you have to deal with suppliers. So all companies, all large companies, basically have these systems internally called ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning. And they basically make sure the left hand knows what the right hand is doing, right? If somebody buys the last item on the store shelf, it places a replenishment order. And companies have very good, well-established processes. They reach agreement on data, process, tools, everything. The minute you leave the boundaries of your enterprise, everything is a mess. And so things that are done cheaply and quickly inside of a company that are done through a fully integrated system like SAP tend to end up as PDFs or Excel spreadsheets or, heaven forbid, faxes, right? And that process is very inefficient, and you can see it in the data on the next page. Payments cost companies about $12, right? And these are things like domestic payments. And by the way, most of that $12, that's labor. That's human labor, people trying to work with each other to figure out, should we pay this bill? The $12 for making the payment is a fraction of the cost, probably around $450 of the entire cycle of creating the purchase order, sending the message to place the individual replenishment, reviewing the purchase order, checking arrival and delivery, sending messages back. That whole process is $450, right? And we can put all of it on chain. And I think in the future, what it's going to look like on the next page is this vision of tokens and smart contracts. So in this picture of a very traditional buy, make, move, store, and sell supply chain, stuff in the form of tokens moves from left to right. And money in the form of money tokens moves from right to left. And all of it's governed by smart contracts between companies. And we know for a fact that this is transformational. Like if you can put all of this on chain, it's so much faster and more efficient. And I'll give you my favorite example on the next slide. EY built a smart contract system for Microsoft to replace a legacy system that they had for the Xbox video game network. It was immensely successful. The time required when they shifted from legacy systems to smart contracts basically went down almost to zero. It used to take about 45 days after the end of the month to produce a statement. So whatever you were seeing might be up to like 75 days overdue. Now, basically business users can see their transaction status and their royalty payments that they're owed within 4 or 5 minutes of the actual transaction. Secondly, even for this very expensive prototype proof of capability system that we built, total operating cost over the years, 40% lower than traditional payments. So if you think about all the money that goes into that $450 of managing the whole process, we were able to take out almost $200 from each purchase order and vastly improved satisfaction between the parties. So I think there's an incredibly compelling value proposition to not just move the payments on chain, but to move the entire business cycle. Lastly, let's talk about the final thing on the next slide, which is privacy. So the number one obstacle to getting this vision of the future implemented is privacy. And the Microsoft case example I talked about in the last slide is a really good example. When we originally created it for Microsoft, we had this vision of building like an industry utility. Not just Microsoft would use it, but all these other video game companies would, and it would be amazing and awesome and decentralized. The only problem is nobody at Microsoft wants to show the people at Sony or Nintendo what they're paying for their games. And by the way, it's exactly true of the people at Nintendo and everywhere else. They don't want to share all the details of their game contracts. And at the time that we did this, which was I think about 7 years ago, we didn't have any mechanism to scalably implement privacy. And so it stayed as a single company system on a private blockchain. The good news is we know how to do this now with full privacy on a public blockchain. And it turns out on the next slide, there's two kinds of privacy that you need to make this work. The first is privacy of the asset transfers and payments. What are the assets? Where are they going? You don't want your competition to see that because they can make a good analysis of how your business is doing. The second is you don't want people to be able to see the terms and conditions of your business contract. So if your contract says you're going to buy a certain number of units for a specific price, you've already given away a lot of the value in the contract, which was your proprietary knowledge of how this stuff is supposed to work and how it is supposed to the arrangement, right? So you need two types of privacy in this environment. And the good news is I think we now know how to do both of these types of privacy. Beyond just being able to keep things a secret, I think one of the things that's held back privacy approaches for the last few years is some other challenges. And there's 4 in particular, which I talk about on the next slide. The first is scalability. Again, if you think about the Ethereum roadmap vision, we don't need 1 or 2 transactions a day. We need to be able to do hundreds of millions, then billions, and then ultimately trillions of transactions under privacy. So today we can do, we think with some of the stuff that EY has developed, we can do about up to 400 million transactions a day at a transaction cost of about 5 cents per transaction with privacy. Our goal of the next couple of years is another 10x increase in performance as we think about like being able to do 4 billion, then 40, and then 400 billion at half a cent and keep going down. Secondly, we have to have programmability. It's not enough to move stuff around. You have to be able to put rules on it. And thirdly, you need composability. Everything works in a sequence, right? You have to take the output of process A and put it into process B, and you have to maintain your privacy throughout that process. And then lastly, permanence. So up until now, a lot of people have talked about on-chain privacy in the form of what are called mixers. So you put some money in and somebody else takes some money out, and it's somewhat difficult to determine who is acting on that money. That's very good, but it has a couple of problems. Number one, analytics tools are starting to get really good at figuring out who's putting the money in and who's taking it out, to the point where you don't have much privacy. Secondly, if you do anything with a non-fungible asset, and most business assets are non-fungible, they don't work with mixers at all. You can track them all the time. So you have to have a future where we can put all the privacy assets into the privacy environment and keep them there and transact on them under privacy forever, or pretty much forever. So that's kind of where we are. We know what these 4 requirements are, and I would say we already have scalability, we have permanence, and I would say by the middle of next year, we will see widespread programmability and composability that enable all of this process under privacy. So privacy is coming. It's starting to move along very nicely. If you think about a continuum of growth, as I put together on the next page, I think about it sort of being sort of 3, sort of think about it in a very simple way. There's prototypes. So, early versions of Nightfall and Starlight, which are tools that EY has developed in privacy space. They are great proof examples and proof points. They don't scale. Where we are today is in this middle category, customized, high-value use cases. We can do programmability, but we can't do composability. We can do scalability, we can do low cost, we can do simple payments, financial transfers, and payments. So we're in the somewhat customized, high-value use cases. Where I hope we will be in 12 to 18 months is that we can basically build any kind of financial programmable application and deploy it on chain with privacy. And this will make even things like defense supply chains incredibly resilient, privacy enabled, and able to make use of the public Ethereum blockchain instead of having to run on proprietary private networks. Now, for EY, this has been a really long, slow road for us. So on the next page, it's a little bit of timeline. I like to joke with our senior leadership that I'm currently 8 years into what I thought was going to be like a 2-year project. We showed a prototype of our privacy technology back in 2018. And at that time, it cost $100 to do a single transaction. Now we're at 5 cents and we have a clear visible roadmap to about half a cent. So we are moving, I think, really in the right direction in terms of doing these transactions very efficiently. And we have our first 2 blockchain networks that are deploying the Nightfall technology that we developed. The first one on the next page is the Plume network. It is by far the largest real-world asset network out there for investors around the world. And the second one on the page after that is Celo. Celo is probably has become the leading stablecoin network inside of around the world. For both of these networks, we're not in production yet, but we do have live test nets. And so if you want to start thinking about how to build on privacy, you can follow the QR code, the link to our GitHub site, and follow the instructions there. And you can start building and testing privacy-enabled transactions on the public Ethereum blockchain. So we are moving along. We're moving very fast. And even though it feels like it's been a long, slow process, just sort of wrapping up on the next page, I'm excited about kind of the pace at which things are moving now. If you had told me 5 or 6 years ago that half of the world's largest companies were going to start using stablecoins in the next year, I would have said, that's ridiculous, not going to happen. The reality is that that's what the surveys are telling us now. So I'm very excited about this path forward. And as I said before, we are at the point where the technology is mature enough and the use cases are well enough understood that this is an opportunity in the reconstruction of Ukraine to really leapfrog the rest of the world's global digital infrastructure and build something that's incredibly resilient. I will finish up with a couple of things. First of all, a little bit of shameless advertising for myself on the next page and for EY. As a firm, we are incredibly focused on the Ethereum ecosystem. We are deeply integrated from a technology and organizational standpoint. I wrote a book, Ethereum for Business. I'm also the chairman of the Enterprise Ethereum Alliance. I have been working with Vitalik Buterin since 2014 on blockchain. And I will finish up on the next slide. If you want to follow the QR code and you have a crypto wallet, you can have an NFT minted for you by EY at our blockchain.ey.com location. I make a new collectible NFT every month. And with that, I think that brings me to the end of my presentation, and I am very happy to open the floor up for questions, Q&A. I've never used this platform before, so I don't know how that works, but perhaps it shows up in the chat, or if there's somebody who wants to read the chat. I see already one question, which is, why did EY prefer ETH over, say, Solana or Hyperledger? This is actually a great question. It's one of my favorite ones I get all the time, and this is really important. Couple of reasons. First of all, I'm a really big believer in public blockchains. So if you go back, and I'm a big fan of like the history of networks and technology, and if you go back and you look at what happened with the internet, it was very clear open public networks that are permissionless are vastly more productive, they're more successful, and they're much more dominant. So our first conclusion was that private blockchains would never work. And I think that's been borne out. People keep trying private blockchains. I don't know why. They don't work. But basically what happens is all the participants in a private blockchain get together, and it turns out they mostly spend their time fighting over like how to divvy up what they think is the money they may or may not make. But it turns out that private chains, corporate chains, just don't work. So the future is always going to be on public blockchains. As for the Ethereum versus Solana question, or Ethereum versus any of these others, I tend to think of myself as what I would call a pragmatic ETH maxi. I'm never going to get stuck arguing that I think Ethereum is somehow technically better. It is the most widely used network. It has an exceptionally strong governance structure. And so typically, dominant networks that have reasonably good governance are almost impossible to unseat. And other networks have cool, better features. But what tends to happen is that the incumbents look at those features, adopt them, and catch up. And a good example of that was like proof of stake. Ethereum wasn't the first network to do it, but they saw it, they recognized it for a good idea, and they implemented it. Second question I see here is, do I see a role for tokenized private debt in the reconstruction of UK's energy sector? I absolutely do. So I think one of the really cool things that you can do with blockchain is you can tightly integrate an asset and a debt and a payment process. So not only can, instead of giving money generally for an outcome, you can give money for very specific outcomes, and you can actually make sure through smart contracts that the income from those assets is flowing back into your process. And so if you think about something like a decentralized electrical grid with a lot of solar, a lot of localized battery storage, the cool thing about this is you have the mechanism to fund a decentralized infrastructure. You have a mechanism to handle payments from a decentralized infrastructure, and you'll be able to onboard a huge decentralized ecosystem of investors, developers, and engineers. So I actually think one of my rules of thumb is that every industrial revolution requires an associated information technology revolution. And so we are going through an industrial revolution of decentralized systems like energy and manufacturing, and they should be supported by a decentralized ecosystem of investment, payments, and operations.
All right, I would like to actually use this opportunity while there are no other questions. I have a question. So on a very high level, we mentioned, like we went through multiple, actually, and that's just, let's add to the previous question and then I will go to mine. So here is the.
Yeah, and add sustainability certificates into the value proposition. Absolutely, right? This is, I think this is also part of the whole like supply chain conversation. When you think about defense infrastructure, this is a hot topic, is how do you know that your defense supply chain or your energy supply chain hasn't been compromised? The answer is full traceability. And what is particularly good about blockchain is I don't need a separate system for traceability and supply chain management and asset management and payments. I can do everything in the same ecosystem. And even though it's a single ecosystem, I can have privacy and I can have decentralization and I can have resilience. So I actually think from sustainability certificates, supply chain security, all of those things get baked into the architecture of blockchain in a way that simply doesn't exist in other systems. So good question.
All right. So using the moment while there are no other questions. So we went through multiple use cases. So on your opinion, on a very high level, what should be the requirements for basically for countries to start doing this implementation? So is it a regulatory readiness? Is it having some infrastructure in place, or is it mental readiness of the stakeholders, users, and companies, clients who will be using this? And second question to this, right? What could be the anticipated results? Because I know I'm a regular viewer of Ernst & Young Global Blockchain Summit, and there are a lot of use cases. There is a lot of data, and this is actually one of my favorite events. Maybe there are different countries of the different level of readiness where you have implemented some pilots. Can you please provide some insights to what could be the outcome for the country like Ukraine?
So I think there's probably sort of two things going on. So the first, in terms of the different use cases, my observation is that financial services, payments, banking are almost always the first ones to go on board. And so I think if you think about the purpose of banking and financial markets, they are to take capital and put it to work in productive ways. So I think really robust national capital markets are the foundation of good reconstruction, right? So if you can't borrow money, if you can't raise money, if you can't get the money required to invest in something, reconstruction is much, much harder. So anything governments can do to create better functioning, more efficient capital markets has a huge downstream impact on kind of growth and reconstruction. And so the first thing is, I think regulators can have a really big role to play in figuring out how to create really good, robust capital markets and not push people towards speculative markets that are more like entertainment, right? So it's the difference between being able to launch a renewable energy bond on chain versus like some kind of like entertainment coin. And there's a really interesting analogy, I believe, that in trying to overly discourage crypto and blockchain, US regulators actually accidentally created a lot of demand for meme coins, because what they said was a lot of these like financial assets are securities and they need to be regulated, whereas meme coins are just entertainment, and so they didn't need to be regulated. And so ironically, it was easier to launch a meme coin which had no productive value to society than it was to launch a bond for sustainable energy investment. And that's, you know, that's silly in the context of the United States, but maybe it's life or death in a country that's trying to raise significant capital. So I think regulators should think about how do we make it really easy to raise money on chain from a global audience in a legal way for reconstruction. So that's item number one. Item number two, think about how to integrate the tax system. I know this is like the most boring thing on earth, but one of the things that's happening all around the world is that countries are, people are dollarizing from the bottom up. They're using stable coins, not because they want to evade taxes, but because they believe that their stable coins are safer, more effective, they're easier to use. And so there's this huge risk that a fully separate stablecoin economy that's not integrated into the tax system will create big, like, sort of will hollow out the tax base. So integrate it into the tax system, make it a real part of the economy. And then lastly, lead by example. So if you think about a market like the United States, we're the biggest financial market on earth. If you make something legal, the banks are all going to stampede into it because the US is just a really attractive marketplace in which to operate. But if you're a small country that's reconstructing yourselves from a war, people may say, oh, I get it. The regulatory environment is great, but I don't really need to be there. But if the government starts saying, we're going to hand out contracts using blockchain, we're going to really use this stuff, we're going to use stable coins, we're not just going to make the regulation good, we're going to actually do things using this technology, I think you will get better results. And one of the examples I think about a lot is we really wouldn't have in the United States any notable battery-driven car industry if it hadn't been that the state of California didn't just try to make the regulatory environment for battery vehicles work, but the state actually required a minimum number of battery vehicles, and the state made a point of buying lots of battery vehicles itself, right? And so if you think about California, it's not the #1 car market in the world. It's big, but it's not gigantic. The extra step of not just trying to be a good regulatory environment, but actually trying to integrate and use this technology made a difference. I think in the case of Ukraine, good regulation is good, but given that you're not a really big financial market or a big, manufacturing environment, a little bit of extra step to make use of it will be helpful. And I see we got one last question here. You probably have somebody coming on at this time, but I'll just take this. The Payments Association recently released their white paper on XP payments, which mentions concerns with using stablecoins because some transactions have something to do with illicit funds. So absolutely, 100%, I agree. Like, criminal behavior is not good. And I worry a lot that some countries have been too lax on criminal behavior in crypto, and that's kind of hurting the whole ecosystem. Now, in fairness to the crypto ecosystem, most money laundering happens in the traditional banking system, right? That's where most of the money is. There's no system that's absolutely perfect. A good example of some of the ways that we're thinking about it at EY is I'm a big believer in privacy, but not anonymity. So you should be able to keep the details of your personal or business transactions a secret from your competition, but I don't think you automatically have the right to use money anonymously. I think we've built our systems to require people to identify themselves and give governments a mechanism by which they can identify who is transacting and have a legal process for getting that data. So I think it's really important. We want to build a great legitimate business, not a haven for criminals. And so that's kind of quite important to me. I 100% agree. But I would say that it's a manageable problem. And I think as crypto scales up, what we'll see is it's certainly not any worse than the traditional banking system. And possibly with things like on-chain traceability and on-chain analytics, possibly better in terms of being able to properly deter criminal behavior.
Paul, thank you so much for the great answers. I'm sure audience have a lot more to ask, and I personally have a lot of questions. But we need to process to the next speaker. And yeah, thank you so much for finding the time, and thank you for being with us. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow at the panel.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for having me. See you all tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So it is my honor to introduce our next speaker, which is Dr. Zhu Chun-Kuo, which is a legislator at large of Taiwan Parliament. He is also a vice chair of Legislative U.S. Taiwan Caucus and founder and chair of Emerging Technology Exchange Association. Dr. Kuo, the stage is yours. I believe you may want to upload the presentation, and if you want to do that, I can help you doing this.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes. Can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you, but would you like to upload the presentation?
Yes, I'm trying to do so. Wait a moment.
Yes, it is already there. So I'm adding it to the stage. And yeah, now our virtual stage is yours.
Okay. So how can I? Okay, I saw the button. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. It's my honor to be here at the IEEE Second Ukrainian DLT Forum. My name is Ju Chong Ko. I'm the newly elected legislator at large in the Parliament of Taiwan as a member of Parliament. And in Taiwan, the parliament is called Legislative Yuan. So I always say that you can call me Legislator Ko. So today, I want to share with you about how Web3 technologies can build both financial and democratic resilience, drawing parallels between Taiwan's and Ukraine's experiences in strengthening trust through open and transparent technology. So next, okay, yeah. So let's begin with this a powerful quote from Ukraine's Web3 Institute, which is recovery is not about rebuilding what was lost. It's about building what's next. This statement captures the essence of what both our nations are doing, and it's quite impressive and inspired us a lot. Ukraine, even amid war, has pushed forward with the deep application and Web3 initiatives for digital economy for a long time, demonstrating what we call digital resilience, which we all the time learn from and would love to connect and exchange more on this topic, digital resilience. Because Taiwan, Republic of Taiwan, Republic of China faces similar external pressures. And we too are using Web3 and digital democracy to build what I called a trustworthy infrastructure, a foundation that withstand challenges and empower our citizens. And I'm really honored that I have some chance to exchange the similar ideas with the other member of parliament, especially with the IT background. For example, like I just came back from South Korea, and there was a really amazing event called Sunnylands initiative event in Seoul, which is a place and an event supported by an NED from US. And the event is mainly talking about parliamentarians, technology, and democracy in East Asia. And also the subtopic on advancing regional leadership in the Indo-Pacific by digital democracy and technology tools. So I'm really happy that we can connect with each other under the great scope of Web3 technology. So both Taiwan and Ukraine face unique geopolitical challenges. Ukraine has shown a remarkable courage in maintaining digital services during wartime. We all know about that and a lot of respect. And Taiwan, Republic of China, facing constant external pressure, has developed its own suite of digital democracy tools for the past decades. What unites us is our commitment to using open technology, not just for efficiency, but as a fundamental defense of democratic values. We both understand that in the 21st century, digital resilience is national resilience. Our shared principle is simple but powerful. Use transparency to replace authority. Use consensus to replace command. So let me take you back to 2014, which is our early days in digital democracy and also a democracy platform through internet. Taiwan launched a really successful project on digital democracy. It's called vTaiwan, which is a digital platform where citizens and government collaborate with each other to create policy, especially on those policy are really related to emerging technology. For example, like Uber at that time is facing a legal conflict with the local taxi driver company, and also facing some challenge on the legal structure. And also the similar situation we're facing is on the cryptocurrency or on AI development. So on this issue, we are trying to use a digital platform to communicate to our voters, our citizens, and of course, netizens. So this was before Web3 became a mainstream, but vTaiwan already embodied decentralized governance principles. Citizens could propose ideas, discuss ideas, and reach consensus on complex issues, like the Uber regulation, like I just said, and sharing economy laws. And this platform was constructed by a group of people called GovZero, led by nobody, but has some influencers, for example, like Audrey Tang, the first minister working in Taiwan in Ministry of Digital Affairs. And she and GovZero and a lot of community builder all contribute on this platform, including me. And we work together to try to explore how we can unite and exchange ideas to reach consensus. And at that time, the idea about decentralization and depolarization is happen on a subset tools as well, which we called a Polis. We use Polis on the website to collect information and use algorithm to organize all different type of ideas and try to find out the consensus within all ideas. This connects directly to Ukraine's Web3 vision of eliminating corruption risk through transparency. Both our systems share a fundamental belief, which is use transparency to replace authority, use consensus to replace command. Now let's talk about infrastructure for now. Taiwan's Ministry of Digital Affairs is rolling out a great project called Digital Wallet and Decentralized Identity System. The name of the application is Digital Wallet or Digital Identity Wallet. This project is designed to be open sourced, and later on, they will fully open source on GitHub. Right now, there are only application SDK, which they just open up a sandbox project for all our friends to testing the application, and also there developing with the private sector together and try to use decentralized technology to transfer and anonymously transfer our identity through Web3 internet. And this project is really crucial because it puts citizens in control of their own data. Like we always say that in Web3, we will embrace the spirit and the orientation on free to opt in and free to opt out. Your data, your identity should belong to you and you only. If you want to share, you can share, or if you want to cancel the rights for the others to read, write, or share, or own your data, you should have the right to do that. So this digital identity wallet is the one of the very first project trying to have a government, a private, public collaboration project that helping people to manage their identity on an open source Web3 application. And you can prove who you are without revealing everything about yourself. That's our Web3 principle of just verified, verifiable without disclosure. So this infrastructure serves two purposes. First, financial resilience. It creates a national wallet that can store or transfer digital tokens through Web3 internet or blockchain. This is a potential Web3 financial services provided by the government, but fully open source. Second, a democratic resilience. It provides secure, privacy-preserving identity for civic participation. Not like mainland China. They're trying to use CBDC and they're trying to use the national private chain to store transaction, to store identity, maybe to enhance their surveillance on their people. As I often say, that digital trust is the new national defense. In an era of information warfare, trust infrastructure matters more than firewalls. So if you are interested in the digital wallet or digital identity wallet project, here is two links that you might be able to explore more. And there is another project is led by me and constructed by my office. And my office has a full stack engineer working in full time remotely. And we often develop an open source tools for some member of parliament just like me who want to connect the community, the netizen online. And this special project is called Thai Vote, the Taiwan AI Policy Vote. It's a project made by my team and I have been developing for a while. Thai Vote combines Web3 orientation ideas and verification technology, which called Proof of Human provided by a company called World, co-founded by the same founder of OpenAI, which is Sam Altman. With the API and SDK provided by the World, the mother company is called Tools for Humanity. we finally be able to find a way for our citizens to vote online and prove they are real human. Because recently we all understand that there are a lot of bots, a lot of fake accounts. So email registration or like even mobile phone is not trustworthy enough. So there should be a way for us to distinguish a real human voice, a real citizen voice, separate from a bots, a fake account, or even from fraud groups. So Thai Vote is the tools really combine Web3 ideas, the technologies, and AI with digital voting mechanisms truly for real human. It addresses two types of resilience simultaneously. First, again, democratic resilience. The citizens can express their views about certain key parts on our upcoming AI basic law. For example, like the copyright, the budget allocation, something like that. They can express their views by a Web3 real human, proof of human technology anonymously. They don't need to reveal their identity, but we can finally have a way to 100% sure they are real human. And all the opinions provided are from real human, which is the best channel for us to create the first ever AI Act for us to managing artificial intelligence right now and for the next decades by the opinions from the real human. So with the dramatically reduce the risk of fraud or interference is very important and really useful and successful for this project. Second, it's financial resilience again. By integrating the national identity, in next step, we can distinguish which real human is from Taiwan or the other is from South Korea or maybe from Ukraine on this mechanism. We don't really know who they are, but if the user from the World ID wallet, if they tapped their passport, maybe our system can know more about him or her and know that the ideas is come from which country without any information revealed by the voters. So all the users is anonymous identity on the world chain, and every user has a wallet built in with the World ID mechanism. So maybe in the future, we can create a transparent public budget oversight or like an airdrop for voters and many funding mechanisms through these new ideas about digital democracy on chain. So in my work in the parliament, I'm pushing for the AI basic law alongside Web3 civic trust mechanisms. It's the first ever in Taiwan, and I believe maybe the first ever in the world, so that digital rights and digital governance can support each other. So Thai Vote represents Taiwan's next phase of democracy by moving from an open government to verifiable democracy. So if you are interested to try, you can pay a visit to thaivote.juchongcode.com. And if you want to read some code, welcome to our office, Dr. Yu Chongko office, GitHub, and you can see some repo on that. So by this way, we finally cracked a new way and the path a new mechanism for the future digital democracy. However, at the same time, we fully understand there are some debate and discussion on this new kind of decentralized identity system provided by World, which is the proof of human SDK provided by Tools for Humanity. However, I believe it's a great step one, or just a great beginning step for us to explore the potential risk or potential opportunity for the Web3 democracy. So this page is just a video, but I believe maybe we are running out of time. It's which is me flying to the San Francisco, and has a pleasure to join a great event which the Sam Altman and the founder of the Tools for Humanity talking about the World ID system, and open up to more countries, for example, like Malaysia and Republic of China, which is Taiwan. So let's return to Ukraine's Web3 manifesto and its 4 pillars. First, economic recovery. Second, digital trust. And third, interoperable ecosystem and ESG impact. These aren't just the technical goals. They are the 4 dimensions of all countries to consider for the digital sovereignty. They represent a comprehensive vision for how a nation can use open technology to rebuild stronger than before. So Taiwan's initiatives align closely with their pillars. For example, like vTaiwan creates interoperable civic participation, and the digital identity wallet by the current government builds digital trust for the future. And the Thai Vote supports transparent economic governance for our next step. And all of these are built on open, sustainable technology principles. Maybe some ideas still negotiable and worth for us to debate, but in any case, I believe we're just in a very early stage. And the left bottom corner is my today's inquiry in the executive yen, which is the premier inquiry to our premier about strategic Bitcoin reserve, which I encourage our government to explore as early as possible. So Taiwan and Ukraine are geographically maybe far apart, but we share a common spirit. We both use open technology and transparent governance to build new forms of trust between people and government for our future. We're both evolving our democratic institutions, our democratic values into verifiable protocols. Systems where trust isn't just promised, but verified. And we both face external threats that makes this work not just innovative, but essential. What we're demonstrating to the world and to you is that democracy doesn't have to be fragile. It could be free, strong, and with resilience and stronger together. So it can be strengthened, verified, and made resilient through technology. So let me conclude with this thought. When code becomes trust, and trust becomes the foundation of society, that's when recovery becomes transformation and recovery for the next. We're not just digitizing old systems. We are creating a new paradigms and paradigm shift for how democracies can function in the digital age in Web3 era. Taiwan and Ukraine are at the forefront of this transformation. We were showing that digital resilience isn't just about cybersecurity or economic efficiency, but it's about almost everything. It's about building trust infrastructure that makes democracy stronger than ever, more transparent, and more participations. Let's continue building the trust infrastructure that our democracies deserve together. Decentralized by Web3, by transparency, and improve our efficiency and trustworthy on the next generation of democracy. Thank you very much. Дякую. 谢谢. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Let's wait for the questions from the audience. And while we're waiting for them, this was a great presentation, very insightful. And yes, some background. This Monday, we had a meeting at Legislative Yuan, like a semi-formal meeting, where we were discussing the possibilities of collaboration, of research collaboration at the first place between Taiwan and Ukraine. And I wanted to ask, so you highlighted multiple use cases, right? So which are priority for Taiwan. It is digital identity, it is wallet, it is voting system. What do you think could be the lowest hanging fruit, let's say, for collaboration, starting point for research collaboration between Ukrainian researcher and Taiwan researchers on the topics which you highlighted?
Yeah, it's a great question. Just like we talk about when we meet in Taiwan, the digital identity wallet project provided by the current government in Taiwan is purely Web3, decentralized, and open source project. And to my knowledge, the project is already tested on Arbitrum testnet. So it's Ethereum based. So maybe I believe if our ministry is wise enough, or if they have enough resource, I believe it's a great opportunity to work together with more different blockchain provided by the different country and developed by the different group of people. So for example, like in Ukraine, maybe there are another blockchain, or in Japan, maybe there are another public blockchain. So I believe this type of democracy tools, or digital democracy tools, especially on Web3, on blockchain, and open source, is a great a chance for us to quickly work together and exchange ideas, and maybe the different developer from the different countries can fork the same project and to have their other version and maybe merge back, and then we all work together to make a great digital identity service together. I believe this kind of collaboration or this type of a project might be a great first step for us.
Sounds great. Thank you so much. It was very helpful. I already see the questions from the audience. Please. Could you please speak a bit about the concept of netizen and how that integrates in the country's governance?
Yes, great question. Thank you. Because Taiwan is not very big, we're kind of like a technological island and provide a lot of, produce a lot of chipsets to all over the world. And we have only 23 million of people working and living on the island. And 90, maybe 95% of people are all online. And also there are an amazing number about the people always online. It's around 80%, because in Taiwan we have a special 4G and 5G plan, which is all you can eat, that you just pay once every month, then you can connect your phone or device all the time online. So we have a lot of native users or like native netizen always online, and provide a lot of ideas about how our government or how our political party should be or should act. So it's a great fundamental for digital democracy. However, there are some netizen army which might brought by the fraud group or by the rich group of people. They are trying to influence the policies by the government or the policy making process. So we have a lot of netizen online and then present they are citizens. Some of them are great, but some of them may not very good. For example, like a fake account or like fake netizen, you cannot tell online. So the online democracy is kind of mature in Taiwan. People are freely to talk about all kinds of ideas on the internet. However, recently we're facing a lot of kind of like idea attack or some influence, negative influence from the netizen army. So the concept of netizen in Taiwan is kind of like in the both sides. One side is positive, like a netizens provide the democracy ideas to the government or to the parliament. But in the other side there are some netizen army maybe trying to influence the government or influence the policy making process in a bad way. So that's the reason why we want to try to find a new way for us to prove a personhood, but at the same time maintain the anonymous of this kind of digital democracy require for the voters. So I just want to share that the country governance is deeply combined with the idea or the concept of netizen in Taiwan, but now we're facing the new challenge. And before we're trying to step into the next step, I believe it's really critical for us to try and explore the possibility and opportunity for some new technology such as the proof of human provided by Tools for Humanity. So thank you for your great question. It's kind of like we're still keep exploring the concept and ideas, and there are some risk, but also a lot of opportunity, especially for Taiwan governancing and democracy.
Amazing. Thank you for the good answer. Let's wait maybe a couple minutes for the question, because we actually are already late. But yeah, I think there are no other questions. Dr. Kos, thank you so much for attending our event, and thank you so much for this insightful presentation. We definitely be in touch after that. Thank you.
Thank you. See you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. All right. So the next speaker is Stefan Cross. Stefan Kras, apologies. It is he is a senior researcher and area manager at Austrian Blockchain Center.
Hello.
Stefan. Yes.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks.
Do you need to upload the presentation?
I'll try to share my screen if that's okay. Just need to figure out. So
yeah, here you go. It is on
yeah,
stage.
okay. So looks good, I think.
All right. Yeah, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me here. I'm excited to speak here at the Ukraine DLT Forum. And yeah, I want to present some blockchain perspectives coming from Austria, from the Austrian Blockchain Center. And yeah, just short introduction, who we are, who is like the Austrian Blockchain Center. We are a research center for blockchain and related technologies that exists since 2019. We are an independent research center, but we are closely working together with a lot of national and international research centers, and our focus is on application-oriented research. So we are dealing with real problems coming from our company partners. And another thing that is special about us is we are interdisciplinary research center, so we're not only focusing on the technical part, but we also have an economic area. Yeah, we try a bit to bridge the gap on the one hand side with academia, on the other hand with industry. So on the left, we have here the universities that are mostly doing some basic research. On the right, we have the actual industry and economy challenges, and we want to be in the middle and trying to do applied research, which means on the one hand, we have doing scientific research, papers, and so on. We are doing concepts for our customers, prototyping, but we also are involved with education and networking activities. So our mission basically is to advance research into and application of blockchain and related technologies across all industries and also government institutions. So maybe I can tell you a bit about what are our focus areas, because this is also matching with the areas where we are currently seeing opportunities in the blockchain world. I mean, there's always ups and downs, and we see some topics coming up and then disappearing again. But these are the topics which we have seen in the past few years that where the most interest arises. And on the one hand side, it's digital assets. I mean, that's the main topic currently, as we have all seen with the new all-time highs of Bitcoin and the adoption, the mainstream adoption of payment solutions based on cryptocurrencies. So here the keywords are like decentralized finance, DeFi, stable coins, payment solutions, but also for to analyze all these movements on the markets, you also need to use data science to perform market analytics. So these are topics that we are involved with. I cannot tell you too much about it because this is more coming from the economic branch, but I'm just mentioning it right here. Then another topic where we have seen a lot of interest is token economic systems. So everything related to tokens, mostly fungible tokens. So we have tokenization, for example, of real estate, tokenization of raw materials, so where you can invest into some assets, can be physical assets or virtual assets, and then you get tokens for that. So you basically can invest in a flexible way. Energy is also something you can invest in. The energy communities formed that are using blockchain technology, for example. And last but not least, also we see an interest in so-called purpose-driven tokens or incentivization schemes, where you give away tokens as a reward for some beneficial behavior of users, for example, like if you're recycling your plastic bottles or if you're performing some citizen science tasks. So these are all things that could be rewarded with tokens, and that can be redeemed in various ways. So we are quite flexible with token economic systems. Another topic is supply chain management. There was a bit of a hype there a few years ago. This has slowed down a bit, but we still see a constant interest in solutions focusing on the one hand side, tracking and tracing of products across the supply chains, integrity of data, for example, some sensor data or supply chain related documents like invoices, for example. All these things can be secured on a blockchain. Also, emissions trading is a hot topic, like CO2 emissions, for example, that could be traded on a blockchain. So this is the third area that we are focusing on. And then besides these three research areas, we also have outreach activities that we are pursuing, like blockchain events, regular conferences, and teaching activities, both in person and online. And also community building here in Austria, but also internationally. So I try to give a few practical examples so you can get a feeling of which kind of research we are doing. First, let's start with supply chain management. Here we are looking into traceability of goods and business processes. Basically, the classical example, you see something like that. In this figure, there's like a production process where you produce some assets, like some goods, like a bottle with a drink, for example, and you can identify this product using a unique ID, like a QR code, and then you put the information about this product on a blockchain. You write when it was created. Every time it will be further processed. You have either somebody with a mobile app that scans the code and adds like a step, like for example, that the product was delivered, or you have some automatic processes like sensors that write information, for example, about the temperature during the transport. And you can also correlate it with some additional information, for example, on the factory, on the producer, like for an auditor, for example, can certify that the producer fulfills certain criteria, and then every time you check the product, you can also see that the product was produced at a specific time, it was delivered at a specific time, but also that the producer has certain certifications, so you get a complete picture of what's happening on the blockchain. Yeah, to summarize, like what are the use cases that we see? Tracking and tracing, I already mentioned. You can document every process step there, and smart contracts can be used then to detect automatically inconsistencies in this data set. And this transparency of having the blockchain as a database allows you to have like extensive data analysis, not only of your own production steps, but like across the whole supply chain. Also, it's useful for recalls of product to identify where they're coming from, and also audits and so on. Everything is getting more, like it's getting easier using blockchain technology, and you can enable kind of a provable due diligence. So, for example, to show that you're fulfilling some obligations regarding the environmental footprint or human rights. But yeah, you can basically use it for everything where you need transparency on the supply chain. Smart contracts also enable you to enforce contractual terms automatically, for example, to calculate price based on dynamic rules, to check if some acceptance criteria is met, and then if this is the case, that you can automatically pay on delivery the agreed upon price, and these things don't require manual intervention. You just have a smart contract and everything can be done automatically as long as you have valid data sources where this information is coming from. You could also have tamper-proof quality seals or certificates of origin. So similar to this tracking and tracing use case, you can basically see where it's coming from if you give like the end consumer an app that can be used to scan the code, and where the consumer can then check that it's authentic or not forged, for example. And finally, you can also integrate the consumer into the supply chain using this kind of apps, and give him some tasks like collecting some information from him, or to ensure that the bottle is recycled properly. And then you can hand out crypto tokens as reward mechanism that can be, for example, redeemed again for vouchers for your product. So yeah, more concretely, we're working currently on a project that's called Passat. It's like about digital product passports, and basically the idea is that basically you can store valuable information about a specific product. This is required by the EU in the upcoming years. So for different product groups like textile, electronics, and so on, this is already coming in the next few years, but over time it will also involve other product groups, and then every product needs a digital product passport. This can be useful information on the one hand side for consumers, but also for repairers or recycling companies and so on. Here, blockchain can be used to secure the information. I mean, you can, even if you don't store the information directly in a blockchain, maybe you don't want 100% transparency, you want to have your secrets basically, but you still can put a digital fingerprint of the DPP on a blockchain, basically put the hash value on the blockchain, called the data anchoring, and that prevents that it is manipulated. So if there's some problem with a product and you want to ensure that the information about it is authentic, you can just look into the blockchain. You can be sure that there was no cover up by the manufacturer, for example. Yeah, another thing that we are researching that's related to blockchain, but also can be used independent from it, is something called zero knowledge proof. That's an advanced cryptographic technique. I mean, you can imagine it's something that, like, if you use like a hash value to secure like a document, the zero knowledge proof can be used to secure like an arbitrary computation. So basically what you can do is to use a zero knowledge proof to prove specific claims that are derived from data that you do not want to disclose. So for example, in the context of a digital product passport, you can say, yes, my product is made of at least 50% wood or any other material, but I don't want to reveal the exact composition that is stored and audited safely in my database. I just verify that, yeah, it's at least 50% wood, and that's all what I want to disclose. And if you're interested in more details about zero knowledge proof, we have an event in a few weeks. You can find the code on the right, and you would be happy to invite you there. Yeah, just a few examples still regarding the digital product passport. What kind of applications are possible, like especially with the zero knowledge proof and like the data anchoring. First, you can prove that the product is authentic, it's not manipulated, it's not forged, that it has, for example, ethically sourced raw materials, it has like a specific carbon footprint that's compliant with the regulations, it's using recycled parts, it's without disclosing which parts it are, and it is compliant with certain regulations, it has like a specific lifetime status, like the duration, how long it was used, and so on, and it's coming from some specific region without disclosing the the factory, for example. So these are all things that could be implemented using our approach. So that's one topic, supply chain management. A topic that's related to that is IoT. So basically also here we have, like, for example, a sensor network where we want to protect the data and want to prevent that somebody is manipulating it. Like example, for if there's like an accident in a factory and you want to be sure that all the data that you have for investigation is correct and not manipulated, then you can use that to basically ensure every time the data is written somewhere, the hash value, the fingerprint of this data is written to a distributed ledger. We've also developed some energy efficient data anchoring mechanism for that. Basically, we have like the sensors, they send data to an edge device. The edge device then aggregates the data and sends it to a cloud, but at the same time, it anchors the data, writes the hash values to a distributed ledger. And then later, if you want to validate the data, you can get the data and the proof from the cloud and then check the proof on the ledger. So basically this has to match, and if it does, then you know the data is authentic. Here we use like some end-to-end integrity. So basically, even if the edge device is hacked, still they cannot manipulate the data because the sensors are signing this data, and we have developed an energy efficient mechanism to do that. So in the end, the blockchain provides an undisputable proof of existence of the sensor data that has not been manipulated. Going to token economic systems, we have worked in a project that's called YOMA. And basically the idea here was to empower marginalized youth in Africa. So this is a platform that was initiated by UNICEF. And there basically they provide different environmental and social impact challenges, which means tasks, as well as education offers that is targeted at young Africans. And this aims to create an environmental and social impact, basically. The challenge here was to ask ourselves the question, how can we reward participants for kind of these micro tasks that are maybe worth a few dollars or maybe less, but we don't want to use banking infrastructure for that. That's too much effort. So we used a token-based approach that automatically distributes the rewards, and we also have a pragmatic approach of how the users can use this reward, because in the end they want to buy some goods with that, but not all the goods are available in exchange for crypto. So we find a way to exchange the cryptocurrency, the tokens, into something that's readily usable, like vouchers for an online shop, for example. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if you can see here in detail, but the idea is that we have like some app here where you can redeem tokens. On the left-hand side, you see you can connect your wallet with it, and then you basically can select from a voucher store which kind of voucher you want, like from Amazon or whatever. And then you need to sign a transaction. We programmed it in a way that the user do not have to pay the transaction fees for that. These are covered by the system. And then you get an encrypted voucher. Why is it encrypted? Because as we know, everything on a blockchain is transparent for everybody. So to prevent that anybody else is reading these vouchers and using them, it's encrypted with the key of the targeted user. So only the targeted user can read it. They can use the wallet to decrypt it, and then they can use it and go to some online shop like SureGift in these examples, and then they can use the voucher. And this is one way how to use a token economic system for public good, for example. Last but not least, there's also research that we're doing in the area of blockchain analytics. Here we are focusing on Ethereum smart contracts. So the question here is, there's a lot of smart contracts, basically hundreds of thousands or even millions. and you need to look into them and see like which of these smart contracts have which function. If you want to do some analytics, or if you just interested in what are the most popular types of smart contracts on the chain. The problem here is this information is not really available in human readable form. They are stored on the blockchain, these smart contracts, but they are in machine code, in so-called EVM bytecode. Sometimes it happens that, or often that, developers share the code off-chain. They put it on some platform, and then you can verify that the code is really the one on the blockchain. But even then, it's challenging to have this large-scale classification, just because there are so many of these smart contracts available, and they are quite different and have different focus. What is our approach? We index the whole blockchain history for all smart contract deployments. Then we try to identify certain bits of the smart contract code, so-called function signatures, that are just 4 bytes of information, and basically try to look up these function signatures in a database where we know that we have like known signatures for corresponding functions. And then we can say, okay, this function has this name and this parameter types. And if we know the combination of which functions are available, we can classify these smart contracts. For example, you can say, is it an ERC20 token or like an NFT? And this is relatively easy because these have always the same functions. So we have like around 100% accuracy. But on the other hand, we also try to have some more generic classifications. So, for example, to say this is a DeFi smart contract or this is a governance smart contract. And here we are currently reaching around 90% accuracy, but we try to improve also that. So these are different fields where we think that are all relevant today. And just to round it up with some education activities, that's also a project that we just finished, where we basically built up together with some partners from Europe an education hub called Blockchain ED Hub that covers free online content for adult learners. Especially if you're a beginner in the blockchain space, this might be a good way to start and have like a curated selection of courses and videos to start your blockchain journey. And to link everything back to the topic of the conference, like how can these kind of ideas help maybe Ukraine to rebuild? And I think blockchain can be used to rebuild infrastructure or like economy with trust, because that's what blockchain is standing for, to have like a trustful environment. And going back to the 4 categories I mentioned regarding digital assets, I think it's very useful to make use of secure and flexible financial instruments like DeFi, like stable coins. This can be used as a backbone of a new economy, I think. Token economic systems can be useful for 2 different reasons. First, they could be used to incentivize voluntary work to rebuild the country with token-based rewards that can be flexibly designed, similar to what I mentioned in the Yoma project. And they could also be used for token-based crowd financing and crowdfunding, where you basically sell tokens with new business ideas and basically collect investments to get your new business started. Regarding supply chain management, I think now is also the chance to digitalize the economy using secure blockchain-based supply chain solutions. And this can also increase the trust and simplify the compliance of these upcoming EU regulations. And I think that's also a good opportunity to integrate blockchain into your supply chains, even if you don't want to basically redesign everything. And last but not least, regarding different outreach activities. It's, I think, a good idea for sure to build up Web3 knowledge using, for example, some online materials, as I showed before, in order to be ready for the Internet of the future, because as we, I think, all believe, like that blockchain and Web3 will play an important role in that. It's not only AI. And last but not least, yeah, it's always a good idea to form local crypto communities. We see it here in Austria, but I think also in Ukraine with Max and his team. There's a lot of effort going on, and these crypto communities can help to connect the developers, connect with the entrepreneurs and other experts, and to build up a thriving Web3 ecosystem. So that was it from my side. I'm happy to take any questions. If you're interested in the blockchain talk I mentioned before, feel free to register for free at the code I just provided to you. And yeah, I'm looking forward to any input.
That is wonderful and insightful presentation. Thank you so much. You covered the question I wanted to ask. So what do you think would be the priority use cases for Ukraine? I wanted to ask, maybe, you know, we are conducting the research which we will be presenting tomorrow, like, very briefly. The ZK use cases, right? What do you think would be the how to say this, the top priority and the, you know, the necessary layers for implementation for all the rest to work, right? And if you represent a research center, so maybe you have some statistic data, what could be the anticipated results of certain implementations, or all implementations, in the industry for the, let's say, you know, average country in Europe, so which Ukraine probably will belong, this category which Ukraine probably belongs to, in Eastern Europe, some Central Europe.
I mean, regarding the last question, man, I'm not sure if we really have any data, like if how this affects like different countries, or like how it could affect Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, we see there, it's more like anecdotal proof, like that we see, okay, some topics like the three that we mentioned, we see there are companies that are interested in that, and then we see there are solutions being rolled out. But we cannot say, okay, this will be 100% effective, or this is the best for Ukraine. So this will, yeah, basically we need to see and figure it out. I mean, one safe bet is at the moment, at least, like the financial sector. When there's like, we see like a big rise in institutional adoptions and so on. When it comes to like this application solutions, let's say it's a bit difficult, because it's they're not all questions solved yet. Like, it's a bit of a question of interoperability, of user adoption and the user experience. And yeah, I think it's there still needs to be a lot of work to be done. I think it's a good way to innovate in this field, and to figure out when that you can build the next big thing. And coming back to the first question with zero knowledge proofs, there are, I think, useful applications for that, but also here we're still in the beginning. So what we are thinking at the moment is that in this digital product passport and supply chain field, this could be something very useful, but also in regard to digital identity. Like, if you want to prove your identity, you want to prove that you're over 18 years old, for example, but you don't want to give more data, this could also be very useful. The problem with zero knowledge proofs until recently was that they're very expensive computationally, especially in regard combination with smart contracts as blockchain. But it's getting better. There's a lot of cryptographic advancements there. So we think, yeah, in this like personal identity, supply chain, these fields, it could be relevant. Everything that's related to data protection, basically, even if it's GDPR or if it's like trade secrets that you want to hide, then it can be useful if you want to have like this compromise between transparency and privacy.
Thank you so much. Very good answer. Let's give like a minute or two for audience to ask the following questions, and if not, we are a little bit already behind the schedule. So the next speaker. Yeah, and we will. Thank you for the contact information. I believe that people will be able to follow up with questions, and we also will be able to reach out. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. So the next speaker is Nick Spanos, and I actually feeling honored to present him, because I remember that from my early blockchain journey, when I was attending the conferences and when I was learning a lot about this industry, Nick Spanos' presentation was actually at the time the best, and I still consider him one of the best experts in the industry. So he is the founder of a blockchain center in YC. He is a visionary and philosopher in the industry, inventor and researcher. And Nick, do you need to upload the presentation? If you have any issues with that, I can help you with. And you're muted.
Yeah, where do I upload it? I put it in here. I have to log in to upload it? No.
No. You can upload it. You can just on the bottom of the screen you have the screen with the plus. So you have microphone.
Okay,
yeah. That's where you upload.
All right. Well, thank you very much for having me, and I commend you for all the work you do, and especially trying to help Ukraine at the moment. It's a very difficult task, and I think, of course, it's a challenge, and using our technology is a big challenge these days, because using it in the right way, because a lot of people like to use the words and the terminology and the nomenclature of the technology, but not actually the technology. They want to get away with as much centralized things as they can, and to get out of the box faster, and that's not really a turn on for me. I think being in this platform, it's good. It's good for everybody. Let's see if I can do this. So thank you, Sergey, for having me. I hit the plus sign. So what do I have? I have a PDF, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, PDF works, yes.
So I just dropped the PDF in there?
Yeah. You select it from, I mean, if it is on Google Drive, you select it on Google Drive or from your device, and yeah, I will put it on the stage, on our virtual stage.
I put it in there. Did you see it?
No, I don't see it.
Uh-oh.
You can send it to me through Messenger, and I will quickly upload it. I'm already familiar with how to do this. So.
I think I have to log in. It's not letting me. That's why. I have to be a member of this backyard, whatever it's called, barnyard.
No. You're like this. All other speakers.
Yeah, I just sent it. I sent it to you.
Yeah,
where? On the WhatsApp. Yeah. Oh, WhatsApp. Shit, hold on.
Right, 1 second. WhatsApp. I don't see WhatsApp. Signal maybe. Yeah, but no, now I see WhatsApp. All right. Give me a few minutes.
All right.
Well, maybe not a few minutes.
I can introduce myself.
Yes,
I'm Nick
please.
Spanos. I'm a technologist. Back in 1978, I built a Heathkit computer because you couldn't buy one in the store. You had to build it with a soldering iron, but it was a kit, so it wasn't that. It was difficult, but not for me. I think I was a kid, 13. I'm pretty old right now. I'm 60 years old, and I've been in technology the whole time. I've been through the earliest digital scarcity when the domain names came out. I bought a bunch of them, like 12,000 of them. So I was very excited.
Yes.
I was very excited about digital scarcity, and I did a lot of political science, political data science. I was one of the first. I sold campaign management software. I would sell labels and lists because nobody had a computer, so we would print the lists and the labels that they put on their mailers, and I'd cull it out in the different demographics and stuff. Early Cambridge Analytica. But so
Very famous case.
yeah, it was like in the 80s, and I just tried to figure out any way I could make money, with a computer, which was pretty difficult. It wasn't difficult. It was, I don't know, maybe it was difficult, but I was a kid. I didn't have any backing. My mother wasn't on IBM's board like Bill Gates' mom, and then he got to sell it. So, I mean, my parents didn't speak English. So, it's been a long trip. I'm a libertarian. I worked for Dr. Ron Paul, and Dr. Ron Paul always spoke about competing currencies and things of that nature. So that brought us into digital currencies, and then Bitcoin, and so I opened. I was senior advisor on 5 U.S. presidential races, and
That's very impressive.
yeah. Well, I did many things. I've implemented. I put the 2016 Iowa caucus on the Bitcoin blockchain. I have a patent on blockchain voting, paper ballot, blockchain voting. I invented the multi-branch blockchain. I have a patent on that. I don't know. I've done a lot. So I opened the Bitcoin Center back in 2013 because the same people that didn't want the libertarian to win were the same people who didn't want Bitcoin. And I can't even find our screen now. I don't have my glasses. I'm messed up. I got it right here. So I opened a Bitcoin Center. That was the first.
If you need help, the presentation is on the screen, and if you need help for turning the slides, I already did that for Paul Brody from EY, so I am happy to help you as well in the same way.
Oh, good. We're huge technologists here. We need help. And so, yeah, I opened the Bitcoin Center, which was the first live cryptocurrency exchange right next to the New York Stock Exchange, right on the ground floor. In 2013, they made a movie called Banking on Bitcoin, which, immortalized its existence and its creation. And I just thought that, at the time, Bitcoin was getting a bum rap. And, oh, my God. I didn't get cut off, did I? Hello?
Yes. You're here, yeah.
Yeah. So at the time, Bitcoin was getting a bum rap, meaning it was getting very bad publicity. And I got angry. I said, I went down to the stock exchange and I tried to rent a booth in the stock exchange but then they didn't. They laughed me out of there. As a matter of fact, now they're begging me to show up at their events, and but that was 2012. So then I started selling Bitcoin in the street outside of the stock exchange, and then I opened up right next door. It was 6,000 square feet. Many people from all walks of life came by and became part of it. And we had an incredible ecosystem where many companies that you see today were launched out of there, many coins that are still alive, many technologies. And there it is, I just found it. And what happened is these guys made laws against us, but it's not the first time they made a law against a business that I created. I created in the early 90s, I had a apartment information vendor. They created a license for that. So what happened was people would buy a subscription, and I had these fax servers, and I would fax people listings of available apartments because I'd written real estate software, and then I went into the real estate business because I saw how much money they were making. I go, oh, I can do that. And then anyway, it's a long story, but I was the general manager of Webster Hall, the largest nightclub in the world, when I was 26. But that was because I was in politics and they couldn't get their license, and I got their license, and then they wanted me to run the place because there were pig farmers from Canada. You could do fact checks on all this. I don't know what kind of life I've had compared to everyone else, but I never say no, I think. And this is what happens when you never say no. You got to learn how to say no, guys.
Well, you know, by the way, by trying a lot, you're learning a lot. And yeah, I remember your presentations about, you know, about starting things earlier, you know, and kind of forecasting the trends before the trends were appearing. And before,
For sure. I built nomorehotels.com. And that was the first Airbnb. And then getaroom.com and livery cab. That was in 95. I built nomorehotels.com. And it was very difficult to get a merchant account. And I finally got a merchant account with these guys from Brighton Beach that used to work for Chase. And then on 9/11, when everyone stopped their credit card because no one could fly anywhere for 3 weeks, they wiped out my bank account. I didn't read the fine print, but we were doing really well. We had about 60,000 vacation rentals around the world and 90 people working for me, or, you know, all around. I had offices, and right here, I'm in Buenos Aires right now. I had an office here back then. I had one in Florence and Via Andrea di Buonaiuto. I had one in Athens. I had one in London. I had one in Paris. I had more units in Paris than Hilton did. That was one of our, whatever. Anyway, that was 1995. That was way before the smartphone. Got wiped out on 9/11. That's what happened. You know, I got wiped out on 9/11, and if I'd waited for this, and then I sold it, but if I'd waited for the smartphone, everything would be different. Before, everyone had to go to the kiosk, the internet kiosk, to try to find a place. So that was very difficult. And so that's one place where I got really pissed off at the money business on the internet, on transactions on the internet back in 2001. And because after all that, I lost so much money. I went and filled out all the papers with the government, and they gave me a loan for $40,000 when I was losing like $200,000 net a month. They gave me a loan for $40,000. So the government isn't going to save you, and and the merchant banks are not going to save you. You got to save yourself. And then I built the livery cab, but it was before anyone had a smartphone. And I never raised any money, really. I just used my own, burned my own money. So then I think Uber came around and bought everyone a smartphone, and then I was out of the picture. But I have no regrets. Then I opened the Bitcoin Center 2013, and it was the first live cryptocurrency exchange. And you got to keep going. I mean, everyone falls down. I don't know if we have people that want to be entrepreneurs in the audience, but the main thing is, like Sergey said, you got to get back up. Then you keep going. I mean, that's life. You learn and you keep going. So I'm here. I'm learning from you guys. And I don't know, what's this? Empower. Am I supposed to talk about Ukraine, or should I have the AI whip me up another deck in a few seconds while I'm talking to you?
Well, yeah. Yes, we are in a sense, yeah. We how to say this? Ukraine is in this position. That's we gotta keep going, and we have to actually keep going to the better future, since there is no other way how we will return to what has been in the past. So it is for us, it is only one path, and the path forward. And we would like to listen your inputs on this, because I am certain that it will be a good presentation. The stage is yours, please.
So the slide is what this? That's Leave Studio. I go to the next one. I don't know. Yeah, there's a bunch of numbers here. There's a lot of things. A lot of money going in there. No one believes where it's going, and there's all kinds of rumors and politics involved. Maybe nothing's being stolen, but you never know, because anyone could say anything. And that's pretty much what our world has been. Our world has been, the guy with the biggest bullhorn wins. So right now, the biggest bullhorn should be transparency, and especially when it's other people's money. You go to the next slide. Yeah, I mean, we can raise funds. We can make bonds. We can float crypto bonds. I think that's probably one of the best ways. And people can invest in a certain return to build up the infrastructure. And maybe let's say, hey, we're building a highway. There's going to be a toll. You guys help pay for the highway, and as the toll gets paid, it automatically gets distributed into a smart contract. You guys pull it out of the smart contract whenever you want, or it could even get sent to you. I don't know. There's so many ways to skin a cat. I mean, in the past, they used I forgot what it was called, but they would print, a bunch of money, and they used it in, the rebuilding of Germany and these other countries. It's the name of someone. I should remember that, but I don't remember. But anyway, it's just a way to create fiat and lend it to a place that can't pay it back. I mean, the IMF does it all day, right? They give loans to these countries. Then you got to hire their contractors, and then they want you to pass all these laws that, depending on the current administration, maybe they want, your kid to, at 5 years old, to decide which gender the kid is. And stuff. They've done that. They've tried to impose that. It all depends on who's in power at the time. And it's a little weird. So imposing your ideologies to lend money that isn't real or scarce is strange to me. Sounds like voodoo to me personally. So, with smart contracts and digital scarcity and, provability and the blockchain, we could crowd fund and crowdsource the buildup of a country, and many countries, but I think Ukraine is the one that's ready, willing, and able to go. And I think because of all accusations about corruption, this is the best thing that should happen. We go to the next slide. Sure. I mean, there are many different ways than gimmicks or promotions or marketing to be able to excite people, to generate donations. People buy trees, for carbon credits. You could buy a tree, you got your name hanging on the tree. I don't know how they do that, but they say, a number, road J 412, JJJ 412, that's my tree. So the same way things can be. So when a church gets a donation, when they're rebuilding a church, say, I want to buy, you can buy maybe the window, the stained glass window, and you got to give them $10,000, and then you get the, donated by such and such family. So it's sort of the same thing, where people get their name up in lights and make that a motivator. We did it with Ron Paul. We did these money bombs, which we called the money bombs, where we did the fundraising. And what happened was, in the past, it's very difficult to do fundraising. We went and got it passed that you can allow PayPal in 2007 to be used for political fundraising. They'll allow anything really fast. You'll see a vote like that go through in like 10 days because, they'll say yes to any fundraising mechanism that helps them because they're always raising money. So in the Congress, right? So we did something called a money bomb, and the gimmick was, remember the 5th of November, right? You had that movie, the Guy Fawkes movie. I forget what it's called, but it was remember the 5th of November, and everyone is going to donate on the 5th of November a certain amount of money, so it all comes in the same day, and it becomes like hopefully a record breaker. So the record was like $800,000 raised in one day back then. So, and we put up this website where when you donated, the name popped up. The name would pop up that, I donated. It didn't say how much. It just said the person's name. And like, look, and people would take that screenshot and post it on their Facebook. And it became very viral. If we still use that word, it became viral because people saw, look, his name is up, and let me go to that site, and someone else would donate, and then they take a screenshot of their name going up, and they put it on their Facebook, and it became very viral. And we also spooled the donation, so you say, I'm going to donate this on such and such a day, so it became queued for the charge to go on your credit card or your PayPal on that day. So on that day, when the record used to be $800,000, became $4.3 million we raised in one day. And, the whole political world freaked out because they've never seen anything like that before. Obama tried one, and they had all the backers and all that. All the people, you saw the big giant crowds, blah, 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 but he only raised $2,800 compared to our $4.3 million. He raised $2,800, $2,800. We raised $4.3 million. And then Obama started following me on Twitter after that. But then we did, so you need the gimmick. We had a date. Another date was the anniversary of the Tea Party, where we raised $6.03 million on that day. And those were the money bombs. And I think it was very, very important to have a gimmick like that with a certain day, and where people would, show and to their friends. So I think if you're doing fundraising, that would be a great thing. So let's go to the next slide. Yeah, we know all this. This is a blockchain. Next slide. Oh yeah, fast cross-border transactions. But all the KYC business might slow it down a little. But what are you gonna do? So, crisis zone accessibility. I built something where there was someone that said he was giving out food to people. I frankly didn't believe him. So we built this ad hoc network because no one had internet there. And so people needed a QR code. And he goes, oh, but not everyone has the phone charge. Not everyone has this. I don't care. Whoever does, and we'll try to figure out the numbers from there. And then the guy was pretty much outed because he wasn't doing what he was saying. So in the crisis zone, you can use many things. You can use the words. I remember Fresh Day was paying. She started a code to inspire out of the Bitcoin Center, where she paid she was a professor, a computer science professor in Afghanistan, and she had female coders, and she would pay them in Bitcoin. So, you can you can create maybe brain wallets and give it to them, give them 12 words. You could pay people. My thing would be, since it's such a, they don't have devices and stuff, I would give them an allocation in something stable, maybe with words, so they could just give their words, and that's the money, And if it's spent, then it's spent, and they can get that every day, or a bunch of them, and then they can pay out with pieces of paper. They don't need a phone, or they don't need anything. I think that would be a way to go in places where they don't have electricity or phones or whatever, but maybe one person has, right? The person that's distributing the food or whatever. So that's one thing to do. Let's go to the next slide. Oh my God. Yeah, I didn't put the tax revenue there. All right. So yeah, we can attract global investments, of course. And the more transparent you are, of course, the more people that are going to want to invest in your infrastructure, in your power plant, in your activities in your country. So I think it's very important to reach out for global investment, but in a transparent fashion. I think the old ways, if we don't eat our own dog food, then I was in a meeting the other day, and all these people that are supposedly in the industry, and they were fighting me that they wanted to use LLCs and this and that. And well, shouldn't this be a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization? They didn't even know. I don't even think they had a MetaMask wallet. These guys, a Web3 wallet. Because when I was talking about it, all I came up with, they just came up with the rebuttals or something. So I said, oh, okay, well, how could it be good? How, and then I came under the understanding that they don't understand the technology. And so we have to make sure that it's something that's explained simply. And, the train has been invented. We got to get everyone off the donkey. I mean, that's the reality. A lot of people like the donkey. The donkey's warm. They know the donkey. They want to stay on the donkey. It's our job to inspire them to get on the train, And the train is this new technology that we've been blessed with. And it's our job to push it through and make sure that everyone gets actually gets to use the technology. Because otherwise, you know, if we don't use this technology to free us, right? If we don't use the decentralized, transparent, blockchain, you know, maybe proof of work, hopefully, proof of stake, whatever, hybrid. If we don't use that blockchain, they're going to use, you know, the powers that be are going to use something they call blockchain that's going to be some data silo that you can't get in, and they're going to use it to imprison. If we don't use the open, transparent blockchain to free ourselves and help the world, they're going to use the closed fucking data silos. They're going to call it blockchain, and they're going to imprison and enslave us and encumber us with it. And it's going to be the slow, comfortable screw, and then they're going to put the screws in. I mean, right now I have people in Tanzania, the election, there was election shenanigans, and the incumbent turned off the internet for like 3 weeks. Now it's like sporadic internet. If you don't use a VPN, you can't get to anything. So if you just turn on your internet in Tanzania, you can't get to Facebook, you can't get to WhatsApp, you can't get to Insta, you can't get to anything except for like the government website and stuff like that. So I think we have to make sure that when these things happen, we have to help as technologists. We have to help these people because these are test beds for the powers that be. They're looking very carefully at what's occurring around the world and how humans are reacting to the oppression. They want to see exactly how oppressible we are. You know, in Nigeria, they came out with the e-Naira during the election, and I don't know who did it, but someone bountied. They throttled the ATMs to only allow $20 a week worth of regular Naira, so everyone would try to adopt the central bank digital currency called e-Naira to go into effect, you know. So people burnt all the ATMs over there, and then they stopped. And it was during the election, and it looked like, you know, the incumbent was going to lose because he was part of the e-Naira, and then you know, they did an about face on that. But I think all eyes were on that, and all eyes are on whenever a country gets their internet shut down. They saw it happen with Discord and winning that revolution, and then you know, these guys in Tanzania shut down the internet. So, you know, it's our job, I think, as technologists to help people around the world stay connected and have a lifeline to the rest of the world. And I don't know how we got to that from global investment, but you have to invest your time and energy to make sure everything works well. And the stablecoin integration is very interesting. People could buy bonds in the Ukrainian stablecoin, like Trump saved the dollar with the Stablecoin Act because no one else was buying our bonds, our T-bills. So all of a sudden he said, well, and Mika fucked up. Oh, I cursed. Mika screwed up by saying only banks can make a stable coin. Because now, I mean, a bank doesn't even have the technology to make a stable coin. You know, they're going to start interviewing people. Everyone's going to lie to them and, you know, whatever. But in the States, anyone can make a stable coin. You just got to, you know, just got to deposit. If you want to make $1 million worth of stable coin, you got to deposit $1 million into a bank and have it audited once a month. So that was pretty smart of Trump to do, because now the law, you know, even before, the largest purchaser of Treasury bills is Tether. So he's saving the dollar using the stable coin. So do I believe in stable coin? I wouldn't call it stable coin. I'd call it, you know, dollar pegged coin, because there's nothing stable about the dollar. But, you know, the technology was used to save the US dollar, which, you know, I don't know if I want to see it saved, but for a little while at least, it did show that our technology is worthy. I think because of that Stablecoin Act, we didn't see the Treasury holding all that Bitcoin. It's supposed to start stockpiling Bitcoin because it did the Stablecoin Act. I think that helped them. I'll go to the next slide if you want. Yeah. Digital identity. Yeah, you shouldn't have to give your identity. Your identity should be held in escrow or encrypted somewhere in a container. And only if and when, you know, there's a body in your hotel room or something bad, can they unlock, you know, with a court order, the container to find out who you are. Why do they have to know who you are all the time? You didn't do anything. If something happens, maybe they should be able to unlock who you are. I mean, that's the most KYC I would believe in. Real estate, everyone's doing real world assets and real estate tokenization. And you know what? It's going to be a doozy because there are no county centers that are based on blockchain and stuff. It's got to be shares of a corporation that have been minted on the blockchain, like the laws in Wyoming, and then the real estate's owned by the corporation, because right now there's no blockchain ready hall of records for deeds. Doesn't exist. And it's going to take a long time to exist. There's going to be a lot of scams. People bought NFTs thinking there were apartments in Thailand. All bullshit. So if you have a corporation and you build, and it's from Wyoming and it has the smart contract address in the name of the corporation, and the shares were minted only on the Ethereum blockchain or whatever blockchain you said it was going to be on, and you own 100% of that mint, then you own 100% of the corporation that owns 100% of the deed. The deed's going to be recorded in the county center and everything. And then you're going to have the shares, and then maybe you sell the shares. There's a bunch of laws in different places, blah, blah, blah. But real estate is pretty easy to do, but you can't tokenize the deed. Maybe the first place you could do it is in Ukraine, but I'm not sure. It's a big job. You already have the paper records. You could keep doing the paper records. I think you got to just sell. Oh my God. Are we still here? Get this guy calling. Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yes. We can hear you. You just cannot hear me while I'm not on the stage. So yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. Because then when I had this, so if someone, all right, no problem.
I'm removing myself from the stage. So yeah, the stage is yours.
Yeah, and I lost it. I have too many windows open, guys. What am I going to do? It's the ADHD. I've had it since the 70s. We didn't have medicine. Now, let's see this slide. Oh, no.
All right, let me.
Hold on. Okay, I know where I am. I'm on 8. Now I go to this one. Next slide.
Next, yeah, okay, 9.
Financial crimes, blah, blah, blah. Next. I don't want to talk about that one. You got the 10th slide here, path forward. Yeah, it's a call to action. It's up to us. Everything's up to us. You know, if you're waiting for someone, you're in big trouble, because there's no one, you know, it's the technologists. You're waiting for some company, you know, these companies, their motivation's a little different. A lot of us, we want to see the right thing happen. We're not as motivated to like be pirates and take whatever we can. A lot of us just want to see what we build work. That one of the most exciting things and is accomplishment. One of the most beautiful things is to experience your accomplishment as for excitement, because it's not just money. I mean, money should show up as a byproduct, not a. It shouldn't be the only product, right? The endorphins come from, seeing something you build work. So I call upon everyone to find these problems that are around and make them work, and fix something, build something, and make it work. I mean, that's what we do, I think, as technologists and problem solvers. And it's a very exciting life. You get to see what you build so quickly nowadays, especially. You can build much faster, and it's an incredible thing, that incredible time we're in, and I'm just happy to be a small part of it. I think this is an incredible test bed to show the world that we can fix the woes of Ukraine and all the concerns that everyone has, and all the bullshit, fake news, and because, like I said before transparency, it was all just bullshit. It's just like someone in a company saying, "Oh, we should do this, we should do that, blah, blah, blah." I go, "Where's your data? Where did you come up with this shit? You have no data," And that's what it is. Without data, you can't have you can't have an informed decision. And as technologists, we can get the data. The data could be transparent from the blockchain and the economy that we create, and the motivation is going to be there for all to see. And the crypto economics are going to give us the path forward, and we're off to the races. So I think it's an incredible time. You guys picked a great profession, and the time is right, and the time is now. Yeah, you're going to get rich. Sure, you're going to get rich. But a lot of people, they think this is about getting rich. And then they want a Lambo. And, I said one time, I was at the Futures Conference in 2019. And I said, "Oh, you guys want a Lambo? They're not going to let you drive." I said, "You want a Lambo? They're not going to let you drive." I go, "You want a house? They're not going to let you out. You want a big mansion? They're not going to let you outside of the mansion. You're not going to be able to leave the mansion. You're going to be locked in the mansion. Maybe they're going to give you 100 immigrants, migrant workers to live in there with you." I go, "This is not what the technology is about. The technology is here to free us as humans to be able to live the life that we were promised by the Lord God. We're made in His image. We're not made to be running around like idiots, right? We're not made to be running around like idiots, picking up voodoo paper that some guys are printing these pieces of paper with dead people, and then we got to give them half back, or they put us in jail. It's their own paper. What do they want it back for? They print trillions of it. What's this? I don't understand the taxation stuff. They want me to burn my time. They don't want money back. They don't care. They print 30 trillion. They get 800 billion back in taxes. Who gives a shit? They're printing it. Why do we have to go and grab it and find it and go and give it back to them while we're sweating bullets? Because they want us dominated, and they want us not to have any time on our hands. And I just think we've been robbed. So I want everyone to come out of the trance that they're put in. We got to wake up and fight this monetary revolution. It's a peaceful revolution. It's a monetary revolution. It's a technological revolution. And you guys are the George Washingtons of this revolution over here. And let's get together and see what we can build and try to free not try, but actually this time free humanity, not just for us, but, for the people to come, our kids, our grandkids, our brothers and sisters, kids, all the way to the end of humanity. I don't know how long that's going to be. That's another story. But, like I always say, our ancestors are watching. They didn't have that chance that we have here. We have everything at our fingertips to change the world. And I wish I wish positivity on us and allow us the lens to see what we're about to do. Because let's say all these years go by, we don't do anything, and all these years go by, and we're sitting in some kind of cubicle that we live in, and I don't know, work in or something. We just live in a box, and the robots are like controlling us, and someone's controlling the robots, and we're just sitting there being mentally tortured, and you know, for years. I mean, you got to look back from that future, possible future, and ask yourself, how good do you have it now? From that possible future, if you're in that future, what would you give to be back here now, to be able to affect change? And how would you use every moment and squeeze every moment to be able to affect that change? That's pretty much all I have to say right now.
Well, thank you so much, Nick. It is always insightful, always. And you know, your presentation is a very big contrast to the type of information we're having here. And yet, you know, you are more like a hands-on experience, and you know, so some of these are theoretical concepts, some of this. So it is very good to hear from you always. And thank you for all this good information. I don't know if we have time for the questions, because we actually were supposed to have like 30 minutes break, but probably we don't have it yet anymore, because the next speaker will soon start presenting. But yeah, always a pleasure. And yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for presenting.
Thank you, Sergey.
Yeah. And yeah, Max, over to you. I think my watch has ended. Nick, thanks again. Thank you for joining, and yeah, I'm leaving the stage, and yeah, over to you, Max.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks so much, Nick, and thanks, Sergey. So let's do a small break. Also wait for another speaker, being Alex Norte. So I see him join. So hey, Alex, can you hear us? You may need to unmute and turn on the video, but we have you.
Here we go. Yes. Oh, can I even have this with visual effect? No, I can't. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm in my children's room because there's too much noise downstairs. Okay, do I have to upload here the?
There is an option. You can share a screen. You can upload PDF or Google Slides. It's on the plus button on the bottom. In the meantime,
Okay, I have Google Slides, so that should work.
Yeah, I'll try to upload it. In the meantime, I'm happy to introduce Dr. Alex Norta from Finland, IEEE Blockchain Group, an entrepreneur, a scientist. And Alex, thanks for joining us. Whenever you're ready, feel free to take the stage.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm trying to make the screen share work. Allow. Okay, so for convenience, I share the entire screen. Do you see that?
Yeah, I'm moving it to the main stage.
Okay.
And
okay, can you see that? Hello.
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay. So I don't see the audience, but never mind. As long as you see the slides, that's fine. I believe, okay, I think half an hour or so. I will try to be faster than that. So My name is Alex Norta. I'm now a researcher. I was once upon a time an associate professor. Taltech, I'm still associated to Tallinn University, Tallinna Ülikool. As a researcher, I'm also a senior researcher. No, sorry, an affiliated researcher or research associate, I think, at the Department of Informatics, University of Pretoria. And I'm the chair of IEEE Blockchain Finland. And I want to present something today that's coming from a published paper, actually where Stefan Krass was a co-author. You see him here. The lead author is my former PhD student, Chipusoro Dokwo, who works now in the Austrian Blockchain Center. Then there's Roxana Voiku, Abiodin Olafayan, Ogoniemi, myself, and Nata Stura. So of those, three. So Chipusoro, Nata, and Stefan are from the Austrian Blockchain Center. Roxana is from the Bucharest University. Abiodun is from Tallinna Ülikool in Estonia. And then there's myself. So this is about something that I think that should be quite relevant in a way for rebuilding the Ukraine in a trustable way. I understand that there's a lot of e-governance automation going on. Also a lot with the help of Estonia, is my understanding, as that is kind of one of the best practice examples in the world for e-governance. And of course, nowadays we have AI entering the picture, also in e-governance. And I think it's very important to have ethical AI applied, for the well-being of society, for a resilient society. Certainly the Ukraine needs to be a resilient society under all this duress that the country is experiencing. But not only the Ukraine. So my thesis for this presentation is that it's not even possible to have ethical AI without the involvement of blockchain technology, and therefore the title of this presentation, Leveraging Blockchain for Ethical AI, Mitigating Digital Threats and Strengthening Societal Resilience. Yeah, so here's the agenda. I hope, please at some point cut me off if I take too much time. But here's the agenda and overview. We have an introduction with the motivation and the problem presentation. Since this is from a research paper, we published a journal paper that's been peer-reviewed. I'll give you research objectives and research questions. Then we have a brief part about the methodology we followed. I go into the ethical challenges and blockchain roles. So maybe here the methodology I can be a bit faster. I'll skip over a couple of slides to stay within the timeline. Then the presentation, we had to pick a running case for developing this paper and get it successfully peer-reviewed. So we picked this case of sextortion, which has been a big problem ever since this strange Corona time started in 2020 that I tried to ignore as much as I could. But regardless, we were all locked in for very dubious unconstitutional reasons. And it turned out, since people couldn't meet each other, certainly young people, they did, naughty things on the internet, like sending explicit material to each other. And that had tragic consequences in terms of sextortion, which is really a problem that exploded very badly and led even to many suicides, predominantly among young females, but not only young females, males as well, and so on. So we developed this framework of blockchain integrated artificial intelligence as a conceptual framework. In this case, for the running use case of sextortion, limited to that this framework. So this can easily project into any other situation of violence and coercion. Whether it's, I don't know, drugs or domestic violence or any, let's say, violence in a workplace and so on. So out of that, we've developed the framework components for this framework. where we employ federated learning, data wallet, smart contracts, zero knowledge proofs, which the Austrian Blockchain Center works on now quite a bit. Then there are the benefits, risks, limitations, and policy implications. So this is very interdisciplinary. You have to think about regulatory alignment, and that leads you to ethical AI by design, and that leads us to the conclusion. So since the time is limited, and this is a full-blown journal paper of many, many pages, it's not visible here to me how many pages, but I cannot really do it full justice in the very few minutes I have here. But therefore, here the screenshot. Yeah, you can download this paper and read it. It's open access. And then a little shameless plug with my 11th PhD student who defended under my co-supervision at the University of Torino about model-driven design of decentralized autonomous organizations. We started a company that's incorporated in Tallinn and also in Ras Al Khaimah in the United Arab Emirates for model-driven decentralized system consulting design, basically, of DAOs, yeah, and dApps, yeah. And here you see our landing page, and here you see our LinkedIn. So just a shameless plug. But let's get on with the actual presentation. So what's the motivation and the problem? We see an increasing role of AI in society, certainly also in the Ukraine, is my understanding. That leads to many risks of misuse. Yeah, so we see digital threats also that emerge. I mentioned the running case of sextortion, just for the convenience of getting, you know, this paper published, having a use case here, but also any other types of exploitation, disinformation. So that leads to erosions of trust, privacy, and resilience. And we have an urgent need, if we apply AI on a large scale, say for also e-governance, how we deal with the ethical implications, because AI, is my provocative thesis here, is inherently unethical at this point. And there's a big need to introduce transparent AI infrastructures that can actually be trusted. Yeah. So to the right is the conceptual map of the ethical ecosystem for AI-based extortion mitigation. So you see here in the center, AI for social goods, yeah, that we want to practice. The running case is here extortion, but it can be any type of digital threats that needs to be rapidly responded to. Around that we have a layer, so it's a bit like an onion, as you see here. We have ethical AI development, digital ethics, and then ultimately societal resilience. Yeah? So the aim here is that we employ blockchain as an enabler for other systems, here in this case AI, to achieve a high degree of societal resilience. And by the way, I'm very happy with the presentations we've heard so far. They're more in the OG spirit, not in the spirit of the crypto bros, whom I'm not so fond of. But I really liked all the previous presentations we've seen so far. And I think societal resilience is something ethical that we can agree upon, that we want to achieve. And here in this paper I present, we try to inject blockchain into AI to establish transparent, trustable, ethical AI. Yeah. So we have here also the lateral factors like that cut through the onion layers here of this model, like economic and social equity and regulatory frameworks. So it's very interdisciplinary, and you need to certainly comply here also to rules. So here a bit to the left at the bottom, if you want to apply AI for social goods, we have factors that we need to pay attention to, and that's what we discovered by studying sextortion cases. Yeah, so these are societal impacts, factors like We want to have broad effects and opportunities, that this creates good AI concepts like impact areas, ethical aspects, ethical concerns like biases and privacy that are very badly violated at the moment by AI. Most AI is very weirdly, let's call it woke, maybe, or whatever, strange biases. Privacy is certainly also violated, so this is undesirable. We need to pay attention to frameworks, guidelines, regulations, legal regulations, and then we have here the potential of transformation within society, and there's also this fear that we need to achieve. I mean that people don't adopt, say, AI for social good, yeah, and we lack participation, so we basically fail on adoption. So here, for the case of sextortion, but we can take any digital threat that we want to rapidly respond to and mitigate. We want to prevent sextortion, and then we want to tackle all the involved risks up to the victims committing suicides. So the research objectives were that we proposed this conceptual framework of blockchain integrated artificial intelligence for sextortion. Yeah, in this case, integrating blockchain and AI to achieve ethical governance, transparency and accountability, privacy preservation, and build a pathway to social resilience. Let me quickly here go to the CFBA-SXT framework. So that's a conceptual framework for integrating blockchain with AI to enhance ethical governance, transparency, and privacy in high-risk AI applications that ensure societal resilience through the mitigation of sexual exploitation. Yeah, but this is really so as future work. It would be very interesting to project these ideas from our journal paper into other digital threats or threat situations, violence that we want to tackle. So the question is then, how can blockchain capacities be integrated with AI to mitigate ethical challenges in sextortion detection, where we focus then on governance, transparency, privacy, to achieve societal resilience as an overarching goal. And the background story here is really that as a thought experiment, I wrote a technical report that's actually uploaded on Arxiv. So if you go to Arxiv and just search for sextortion Norta, you will find this technical report, thought experiment report about blockchain DAO system, yeah, with agentic AI integrated really for addressing the full life cycle that typically unfolds horribly in sextortion cases. Yeah, so you will find the reference in here in this paper. I'll be a bit fast on the methodology. That's more for the scientific connoisseurs, but we had to satisfy the peer reviewers. Initially, my idea was to write a classical position paper, but that wasn't good enough. So we engaged in systematic literature reviews, flanked with a narrative exploration. Please go to the paper to see all the details. That led to an integration point, and then the assessment of the blockchain suitability in the integration with the AI, and ultimately culminated in the framework development. Yeah. So what are now the ethical challenges in AI, and what is the role of blockchain to mitigate that? So we have, as with most technology, we have dual use. We can use AI both to mitigate but also to enable exploitation. And we have these ethical risks like bias and discrimination. I think that's currently a problem with AI. AI is very, I mean, I'm probing the different AI models and they all just flat out lie to me and have horrible bias, certainly. Yeah, so it's very problematic. Let's put this way, and we should hopefully, I mean, be aware that with the training of at least these large language models, massive privacy violations have been carried out. Yeah, we certainly have a lack of transparency. We don't know what's the reasoning process inside of AI. So there's a bit of a black box model. Yeah, and So there's this term of, what was it? Not explicit AI. Anyhow, the aim is to have an AI where it's actually transparent what the reasoning steps are. Yeah, the privacy violations are already alluded to, and we also with AI have abuses in sensitive domains. Because of the privacy violations and that absolutely horrifying bias that is currently baked into these AI models. So what's the role of blockchain? Of course, we have immutable traceability. We can transparently manage records. We have DAOs. And I want to refer again to this last PhD thesis I had the honor to be a co-supervisor for with Sovelo Avanzo. He's also involved here in our company. So if you go here to About, I think you will find him also in the list, and here on the LinkedIn is the PhD thesis referred to, which is really, I'm very happy with the results. We have smart contracts for the verifiable logics we can apply, and then we can preserve privacy. Certainly very important in sextortion cases where privacy absolutely has to be ensured because of the risks of the victims to even commit suicide. So there we have zero knowledge proofs, homomorphic encryption, and so on. So let's quickly go to the framework, the figure. I don't explain anymore. I've done this already. But we have here 3 implementation layers. So on the one hand, we have the technical enablement. So that's the AI infused with the blockchain integration. My experience over the years has been that technically everything is very quickly possible. But then there's reality with legislation and politics and whatnot as a stumbling block. But for our framework, we also want to have governance alignment. So we want to have ethical principles involved in supervised AI, with DAO oversight, so decentralized autonomous organizations providing oversight. And that oversight needs to be continuous. So we need to continuously monitor, audit, have resilience metrics. Actually, preferably also monitor automate this continuous oversight with agentified AI, but having as an ultimate escalation level human stacked committees involved. So very quickly to the sextortion. It's a rapid problem. It's a rapidly growing problem. So it's essentially coercion via threats to release intimate content. The cases have exploded ever since the strange convene years, but we can use AI as in a role to detect, report, and moderate. However, not with all these bias and privacy violation issues, as it's not possible. So to mitigate all of that and to make actually AI a very powerful tool and even a force for good, like a good weapon to tackle sextortion, we can bring in blockchain to ensure integrity of evidence, victim-controlled data wallets, and cross-border and enable cross-border auditability. So ideally, what should be applied here is that we consider federated machine learning for privacy preserving AI training. We have then data wallets included with victim controlled consent for the data sharing, the smart contracts, of course, for ethical enforcement and verifiability, and the CKP to assure confidentiality in sensitive cases. So what are then the benefits if we integrate blockchain into AI? The point is we want to have trustable and auditable AI decision making, stronger privacy and consent protection, of course, and resilience against abuse and manipulation through the AI and by the AI. and also cross-institutional governance through DAOs. Yeah? So DAOs are one aspect, but not the only one for having good governance. Yeah, in the AI. Oops, my apologies. Let's go back here to the screen sharing. Okay. Yeah. So, and what are the risks and limitations? So, of course, if we bring in blockchain into AI, so there's, from a technical point of view, we have scalability and latency issues, energy usage, yeah. So because blockchains, they're not necessarily terribly fast, and with latencies because of the consensus algos. If we would even use proof of work, then of course we have a lot of energy use. But on the governance side, we need, of course, clear rules and ultimately human oversight. Although I would propose that also the oversight is carried out by AI agents. Yeah. Then there's the legal side. Yeah. So we have very fragmented jurisdictions and enforcement. So if I can be just a little bit Eurocentric for a moment, I mean, there's of course GDPR. And then there are, on each national level, there are all sorts of rules. And in some countries, okay, Switzerland is not part of the EU, but for example, if a sextortion victim goes to the police in Switzerland, then and declares that most probably she has been a victim of sextortion, then actually she becomes victimized again, because as the laws work in Switzerland, you're not allowed to share explicit material over the internet. And so the already victimized person becomes a victim again because of the bizarre legal conditions. Yeah. So in other countries, this is done. I mean, the regulations are more they make more sense, let's put it this way. But the point is that, say, in Europe alone, you have so many different legal jurisdictions with different specifics that you have to pay attention to. And yeah, and then there's of course the social part, when you want to have high adoption and high degree of awareness. But that, of course, for adoption and awareness, the systems, AI blockchain systems have to be trusted. And I wouldn't trust AI at the moment as it is. I've already alluded to the policy implications. I mean, this is very interdisciplinary. We want to have technical, legal, and ethical alignment of these domains. They must converge. I already mentioned that we have GDPR, the EU AI Act, of course, and so forgive me for being a bit Eurocentric here, but the equivalents are also present in other countries. And then the sextortion laws, which are extremely fragmented and vary in the definitions, and I would argue are in some cases even nonsensical. And now, since the internet doesn't stop with borders, sextortion cases, they may, reach over many different borders, and then all of these frictions, unharmonized frictions, of course, they have to be taken into account. Yeah, so cross-border enforcement remains quite challenging. So this leads us to policy implications for ethical AI by design. That's what we want to achieve. And again, my thesis is you cannot achieve ethical AI without the use of a blockchain integration in many dimensions. So ethical AI must be embedded from the start to achieve fairness, accountability, explainability, and transparency. For that, we absolutely need blockchain as a governance infrastructure. So on the one hand side, the smart contracts to enforce compliance, and ultimately DAOs, so decentralized autonomous organizations, for participatory oversights. And then, yeah, we also need to have policy recommendations. So we need to aim for privacy preserving AI with zero knowledge proof, at least. We need to mandate audit trails for sensitive AI deployments. Yeah. So in other words, we need to achieve traceability of the AI reasoning steps that should also be logged on chain to be immutably traceable. And we need to encourage ultimately for a high degree of adoption, also the co-creation with NGOs, regulators, and of course survivors. Yeah. So in conclusion, this conceptual framework for blockchain integrated AI for the use case here of convenience of sextortion, this framework, it's a conceptual foundation for integrating blockchain with AI to safeguard ethical values in digital society. And that demonstrates how blockchain's immutability, decentralization, and auditability complements AI. Adaptability for sensitive contexts, and again, my thesis is ethical AI is not possible without blockchain integration. We use sextortion as a paradigmatic high-risk use case, yeah. And but there are also broader implications. Ultimately, we want to achieve, if we think a bit further, societal resilience, and for that, AI is a very good option, yeah, provided it's tamed with the power of blockchain, yeah, to be applied in such socio-technical systems that are very critical. And yeah, we need to provide the right types of policies and technical guidance, yeah, for AI ethics implementations. Yeah, so on the one side, when it comes to future work, we are working on a prototype. So as I said in the paper, we have mapped out this extortion mitigation DAO, yeah, with Agentified AI integrated, but it's at this moment just a technical report, so it would be very good to have funding to really properly build this. We then would like to run cross-border pilots to address this fractured legal fragmentation problem and interoperability problem. Another point is to expand this to other domains, yeah, like disinformation, healthcare data misuse, cyberbullying, drug addictions, I don't know, all sorts of violence cases, extortion cases. And what is very important here is to achieve interdisciplinary collaboration. Yeah, so the scientists, the engineers, the regulators, NGOs, technologists, survivors need to co-develop ethical infrastructures. I think this is very important, and I hope this framework is a good starting point. Yes, Q&A, please.
Thank you so much, Alex. So if you want to ask a question, you can post it on the YouTube comments or in X. I was looking to, like, while we wait, to clarify. Yeah. So could you, like, from the perspective of a citizen, you know, how would you explain it? So, for example, some woman, you know, she's afraid to that some content would be released, or she found some content released. So what is blockchain role in it, and how exactly it could help her?
Yeah, I mean, so the blockchain is ultimately a trust engine, yeah. So I mean, on the one hand side, the point is here, the first citizen in this framework is AI, but the enabler to achieve trust, yeah, that as a victim, I really allow myself to open up to a system, yeah, that has ultimately the purpose of streamlining and coordinating the help that comes from several parties. So if you study this a little bit, just here for in this case sextortion, yeah, you have law enforcement, you have therapists, you have NGOs, you have all sorts of organizations who do something in this direction, yeah, to mitigate sextortion and to save lives, to prevent that people commit suicide because they can't handle the shame and you know, being stuck in such a terrible situation. The point is that with the blockchain, of course, with immutable traceability, you can pool wrap it help together and coordinate it well, govern it in a really striking way, so that you achieve immediate mitigation and help for the victim. I mean, real help, to well, prevent the worst, yeah, of a suicide, and then ultimately also to catch quickly with joint forces that perpetrator, yeah. And yeah, the point is the way this is designed, yeah, there's privacy assurance, yeah, because of zero knowledge proof involvement, for example, and the data that's shared. The idea is here it goes into a wallet that's under full control of a victim, and then the victim has the power to decide to whom which data sets are disclosed for how long. Yeah.
So it's
for
like a
certain
medical
purposes.
data in a way, right?
It's
That you
yeah,
have.
it's in a sense it is definitely, you could say, in a broader sense, a health benefiting approach. Yeah, that's definitely the intention. Suicide is definitely very unhealthy, and the terrible psychological consequences, at the least, yeah, of becoming such an sextortion victim. This has to be. It's very important that the victim feels immediately all efforts, all available resources are really streamlined, yeah, and processed in a very striking way for the benefit of that victim. And this added value has to come across, yeah, sudden added value. And I believe, so I couldn't get into the actual system design, so that's referenced, that technical report is referenced in the published journal paper, yeah. But in any case, it would be very interesting to build such a system and then to really test in real life, in pilot cases, the adoption. You know, if that succeeds, and where the factors are that are important to make such a system adoption succeed by the victims. Yeah, that's really important. So it's at this point with the theoretical work. I mean, it's a research paper. Yeah, it's ultimately a position paper. Yeah. Despite all the other hocus pocus we had to do that I couldn't get into here in the presentation to satisfy the scholarly peer reviewers, yeah. But it's a position paper. So a position paper primarily opens the cans of worms. So the worms are popping out, and there's a lot of follow-up work that this paper should really stimulate, and not just academic work, but actually work that helps people in real life. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Alex. Thank you so much for your work, your research.
Yeah.
Hope to dig deeper into the research and speak
it
to you
would be
more.
wonderful. It would be wonderful if this could be tried, say, in the Ukraine. It would be really great, and so must not be my company, but we're certainly also available, since this all comes from the side of Norte-This, where I shared the website. And yeah, it would be great if you could share the slides. I would be very happy for that, if you could share this with the audience. So we are fully available and approachable. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And let me introduce our new speaker, Griff Green. Hey.
Hey,
Griff
Max.
is a great friend of mine. I'll introduce you in a second, but just try to share your slides via screen or just upload them.
Yeah, I can share them. Let me get them up here. Good point.
So Griff is a founder of Giveth. He's one of the pioneers in the public goods funding. Builder was a great track record. And yeah, looking forward to hear all the new stuff you're working on within this field.
Me too. I'm excited to show it to you guys. How's that? Yeah, it's working great. Okay. First off, thank you so much, Max, for having me here. I've been working in the Web3 capital allocation space. This is like, how do we do interesting, innovative things with programmable money to fund the things that we want to see in this world? I've been working in this space since 2016. My first project was actually the DAO, which caused a fork in Ethereum and created Ethereum Classic. You could say I'm a founder of Ethereum Classic. I have been since then working with Giveth, which is kind of my base of operations for all things to do with building something better than governments. My main theory of change is that when governments fail to provide value that society demands, people start nonprofits. And nonprofits are actually the free market solution to governments. And we just need to make it so that nonprofits can be profitable. And then we can have competition in the public good space. I know that's all a whole lot of jargon, but I wanted to just put it out there for those that can understand my crazy language. And I'll go deeper into some of those things right now. So first off, why Web3? Honestly, I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I have so much to talk about. And Paul Brody, I saw, did a great job explaining why Web3. Having a decentralized infrastructure that is transparent and trustless in many ways. You can trust it to do whatever you need it to do. This is critical for building the kind of tools that we want to do to build something, a new kind of government. And I think Ukraine is in this has magical space to build something new and better than what has been here before. And that's why I'm so excited to talk to you guys today. The other big thing that Web3 has provided this space is innovative ways to fund what is called public goods. So public goods is one of the 4 types of economic goods. So in like hardcore economics, there's these 4 types of public goods. I'm not a hardcore economist, so I kind of like to break it up into private goods and public goods. Private goods are excludable, like your cell phone or a movie theater. Now, technically, those are private goods and club goods, but for our work here, we can just say private goods are excludable. This is things that you can sell, right? And things that are valuable by selling. You know, you can have really good business models here, and private goods are really what businesses provide the world. And we have great business models for providing public goods. However, for providing private goods. However, businesses suck at providing public goods. So that's where governments and nonprofits come in. When I say public goods, I just mean excludable goods. So this is common pool resources and public goods. Common pool resources are non-excludable and rivalrous, like fish in a bay. Public goods, like pure public goods, barely exist, but they're like air or radio waves. And really the main point here is that when something is non-excludable, when a value that you want to create for society is difficult to exclude people from enjoying, think of like having a downtown that doesn't have a lot of homeless people in it, or having fish in a bay. It's really hard to stop people from fishing in a bay. It's a bay, right? How do you keep and provide more fish in a bay? Well, that's something that governments and nonprofits tend to do for society today. And that was, governments basically had a monopoly on public goods up until 2009 when Bitcoin was created. So what's really interesting is Bitcoin was the first instance of a public good being funded, public infrastructure being funded, not by a government, not by a nonprofit, not by a business, but by an economic system. So anyone in Ukraine can receive money from anyone in the world just by creating a Bitcoin or an Ethereum address. It's free for everyone to do. And this is incredible infrastructure. This is like roads for money, you know? And we saw $100 million raised by Ukraine like so quickly at the beginning of this current conflict. And that was only made possible because Bitcoin and Ethereum, they issue their own currency to fund people who are providing that public infrastructure. And then there is also demand for that currency to keep it valuable. And that is the really really exciting thing about Web3, because there might be a new way to underpin the value of governments and nonprofits, the value that they provide, because they do create value. We just have a lot of problem quantifying it on a spreadsheet. We have a lot of problems capturing the value that is created when the value is non-excludable. So Web3 public goods funding can kind of be broken up into two different things. Now, normally I say on here it's donation games because there's no taxes in Web3. Not really, you know. But here we're talking about Ukraine. I think you guys will probably keep taxes. And so there's some really interesting games that we can play. And I say games because it's the theme of the slides. You know, it's kind of like, I'm just trying to keep it light. But these are serious tools that you can use to actually do bottom-up distribution of taxation. And there's a lot of ways that you can distribute funds that you are taxing to people to create incentives for actually more taxes, more donations. Effectively, these would be donations, right? And I'll explain that in general. But the biggest thing about taxation games in Web3 and using Web3 to distribute taxes is that you can give governance rights and decision-making power, more decision-making power to people on the ground, do more bottom-up decision-making. Economic games are the whole like real magic of Web3 that I get excited about. And instead of relying on taxes, they actually rely on supply and demand to fund the value that governments usually are creating. And instead of making incentives for more donations, they actually create entrepreneurial opportunities. That's what you do when you create economic games and an economic space. You create new ways of making funding by creating the value you want to see. And of course, because it's Web3, there's a huge opportunity to give people on the ground more voting rights, more decision-making power. So let's start with taxation games. First one, the most battle tested, is quadratic funding. Quadratic funding is, for me, I would just love to see people in Ukraine start to use quadratic funding to distribute tax money. We just ran 2 different rounds on Giveth for Gitcoin grants. This is for donations, of course. Funds were donated, and then we used it to create a matching pool and distribute that funding. We did $300K worth of matching pool funds and raised an extra around $40,000 on top of that $300K from individual donations. And the way this works is you can kind of think of it as democratic, a more democratic matching pool. So imagine you have a tax bracket, a tax bucket that is for funding parks all over Ukraine, right? And or maybe let's just say in Kiev, right? So you have all the parks in the local area that have lots of different ideas. Some people want to create like a playground, and here's the cost, and here's what they want to do. Some people want to, and some people want to create a different playground over here. Other people want to have a water park. Other people want to have zip lines, right? And so different projects can all come up and kind of compete for funding. And what could happen is there might be, let's say, $1 million this year for funding the parks. And people who want to see, a swing set and a playground in their area, they will fund those projects with donations, direct donations, because they benefit more from that. And they'll actually, where's the, there it is. They'll actually see their small donation actually is effectively a vote directing funding to a specific location. So this is a project that we did with the UNDP, where they, one of the largest agencies in the UN, and they were part of a quadratic funding round. And you can see like this $1 donation was then matched by $200. And that's a lot of incentive to donate. It's like, hey, if you donate $1 to this park project, then $200 will be taken from the pot and directed. And then the interesting thing is, though, if you donate more, you get more matching, but it's quadratic. So you square root the value of the donation. And so like a $1 donation would move $209. A $4 donation would move $418, right? A $5 donation was $438. And so you can see like it kind of scales up quadratically, like a square root. So you square root the value of the donation. And that way it's kind of a mix between voting and how much you donate. It's a really great tool, and it's one of the most battle-tested tools in the space. And I would love to see it used, and it has been used actually in Denver for distributing funds in localities. But I'd love to see it more used, hopefully in Ukraine. Another project, another system, of course, is DAOs. So these are like small voting groups that, you know, tax funding could come in, and a local community, maybe a mix of experts and people who really care, could decide how to spend those funds. So instead of having, you know, like a hierarchical system of important people who make all the decisions on where money goes, you can have more smaller groups that are more independent, funding different projects and voting with blockchain. DAOs are pretty well explored, so I don't want to go too deep into it. Deep funding is a new type of distribution method, though. Deep funding is really interesting. So what they did is this is specifically for open source development, but I think it could be done for a lot of interesting infrastructure projects. There is kind of a codependency graph within every project, right? Like it's especially obvious in code, but even in you know, in governments, there are lots of projects that rely on each other to make things happen, right? And you could say that there's a dependency graph. And so what deep funding does to kind of figure out how do we distribute funds to important things and have it trickle down into the things that they actually rely on to be successful, so that the infrastructure that core projects are using is also funded instead of just funding directly those core projects. So I'll use the open source analogy because it's easier, but I do think that there is opportunity to do this in governments. What they did is they used pairwise voting. They had experts come in, and for Ethereum has a lot of important projects on it. Let's say like Geth, Solidity, you know, all these super nerdy like software projects. And each one of those software projects actually depends on other open source software. And so what they did is they had experts who built the core projects like Solidity and Geth, and they rated the dependencies. So like Geth uses these different libraries and these different open source code, like repos. Which ones are more important? And so experts would come in and be like, well, this one, which of these two is more important? Well, this one's more important, and this one's more important. And they just kept doing that ranking system until they got like a final tally of which the projects were the best. And then an AI agent then there was a competition for AI agents to do that same work. And so this AI agent, the agent competition for determining which repos were more valuable, which pieces of infrastructure were more valuable, they would compete to match the experts' rankings. But the experts' rankings would be only on part of the dependency graph. Whereas the AI agent, the one that wins and is most closely representing the ideas of experts, could scale across hundreds of thousands of repos and actually distribute funding to those projects based off of the expert opinion. So it's a great way to scale experts. You don't always have the ability to have experts look at every single little piece, but if you have them look at a subset of it and then you scale them with AI, you can actually make really interesting distributions. Let's see, okay. But now we get into the juicy part, which is economic games. Those things you kind of need taxes to fund. these things, you might be able to fund things without taxes. And I know that's crazy, but this is how Bitcoin and Ethereum were created and have survived for the last decade. And so every crypto economy and every economic model kind of has these 3 points. First, they issued digital tokens, and those digital tokens are rewarded to people who are creating value. But they're only worth a damn if they can ensure demand for those tokens, right? And so the people who are creating value, they're producing public goods that everyone can use. And there's some sort of magical way to ensure that there's demand for the tokens so that people who want those tokens for utility can come buy them. And then they're effectively buying them from the people who are receiving them for creating value. So this is where we have a market, where people are buying tokens and people are selling tokens. And for these economic models to work, you have to have a healthy market. What's interesting is once you do have a healthy market, then you can have speculators come in. And when your market is actually trying to provide some kind of public good value, speculators' addition to the market actually is a benefit, because they buy and sell more tokens, making the market more efficient and support the production of public goods. Now, of course, if your market is for a company that is not really doing a whole lot of good for the world, speculators coming in, they don't really add a lot of value. But in a market that is actually regenerative and good for the world and good for like creating value in society, speculators do add value, which is interesting. But this whole thing, this whole economic model really relies on ensuring demand for tokens. And if a lot of people mess up when they come into building crypto economies, they really focus on how do we reward tokens to people. And it's an important piece, but really you can probably figure that out in a lot of ways. And maybe it needs like 10% of your time. You need to spend 90% of your time as far as designing the token economy on ensuring that you're going to create demand for this token and that people will want to buy it. This can be done with NFTs. NFTs have a lot of opportunity in the government space, but I want to make these examples because they're really interesting. Rainbow Rolls was a way of funding the wiping away of medical debt. In the United States is a really creepy place. There are markets for buying up medical debt. And so someone might have $20,000 of medical debt and they haven't been paying it down. And, insurance companies insurance brokers will kind of sell the debt to each other. And maybe there's like one who's a good collection agency and they'll buy that $20,000 worth of debt for like $3,000. And then, try to collect the 20K from the guy. And so it's kind of a gross market, honestly. But what Rainbow Rolls did is they sold NFTs, and these NFTs were toilet paper because they were wiping away medical debt. And so they were able to wipe away $7 million of medical debt by selling these funny pictures of toilet paper. I mean, that's incredible, right? Real economic value out of just nothing. Public Nouns is another group that sells these, it's kind of a membership DAO where you buy an NFT like this, and then the money all goes into the pot, and the people who have the NFTs get to vote on how to spend it. They have funded, I want to say around $1 million of public good spending, including a lot on Giveth, where they're funding quadratic funding rounds. And so you can kind of even see how you can take the taxation games and actually fund them even through these economic games. So Public Nouns is another example of an NFT DAO, more so. But of course, NFTs could also be used for land titles and all sorts of other interesting non-economic use cases within the future governments of Ukraine. But really, the magic here is with blockchains and the ability to issue currencies and then use that to fund the construction of public infrastructure. And even, and then with that, with that system in place, as long as there's demand for that currency, you can have public infrastructure for anyone to use. There's Zcash that's funding cryptographic research. These are old blockchains, by the way. Namecoin, which was like a way to register a .bit domain. Primecoin, to mine a block in Primecoin, you just have to find a new prime number. They found a way, an economic game, to find more prime numbers. You know, and who cares about prime numbers? And yet we found 4 million or something prime numbers, and which is 4 times the amount of prime numbers we knew existed before Primecoin. And CureCoin is another one that, well, there's not enough time. There's so many interesting blockchains out there that are using a proof of work mechanism to create value in the digital space. I think that there's a lot of opportunity to do the same in the physical space. And I would call these regen economies. One example is what we do on Giveth. It's called givebacks. Instead of a block reward that goes for people providing public infrastructure, processing transactions, we actually use our block reward to reward donors. So donors are entered into a raffle every 2 weeks, and they win up to, there's $2,000 given away every 2 weeks worth of Give tokens. And that's like our block reward, rewarding people who donate to real projects. And with those Give tokens, you can also, because we are a DAO, you can curate the projects on our platform by staking and locking the Give tokens, and actually deciding which projects show up first on the donation page, which allows, which will make it, it's kind of like marketing on our project. A lot of crowdfunding websites actually just charge projects for doing that. We use our token economy to manage the process of which projects get highlighted and sponsored effectively. Another really interesting thing is retro funding. And I'm running short on time, but I'll keep cruising. Retro funding is working on the premises of, instead of funding projects in advance, giving them money and then hoping that they'll do good work, we might be better able to judge if projects did good work after they've done it. So you could reward projects after they do great work, and then the projects actually go out and get investors so that so that they can do the good work, and those investors know that they will be paid back from retro funding. So in Optimism, which is a blockchain, they're selling blocks. They say, hey, we'll reward people who are building awesome things that sell blocks, sell our block space. When they sell their block space and people are using projects, the sequencer generates revenue. And then that revenue can be funded, can be used to reward the builders and people who made that block space valuable in the first place. And what's interesting here is that now builders are free to come up with whatever ideas they think will be valuable to society and go pitch it to investors, and then they will actually be able to start building that work. So this is really interesting because now, instead of a top-down saying, hey, government will fund this, government will fund that, it's like government has an X Prize style reward system where anyone can come up with ideas that will be valuable to society, get investors to fund it, and they know that they will be rewarded if their idea actually works. Yeah, and we don't have time to talk about pairwise and liquid democracy, I don't think, right, Max?
Yeah, unfortunately, we need to move ahead. Maybe we share the presentation with our community.
Yeah, I just want to say I would love liquid democracy has a huge opportunity to be a better way of voting and create new systems for actually making decisions in like a more democratic way than the normal politics. It has the potential to even remove politicians. Definitely look up liquid democracy. It's an incredible tool, And when it's done right, I think it would be really interesting to see that at scale in Ukraine, at least in different communities, if not national level. So check out Liquid Democracy. Just look it up.
Thank you so much, Griff. And you shared a lot of great ideas. Looking forward for more developments from your side. And on this note, I would like to invite to the stage Professor Roman Beck. Welcome. Would you like to share the presentation?
I don't have a presentation. I will just speak.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, so Professor Dr. Roman Beck is representing the European Decentralization Institute and Bentley University. Please go ahead. The stage is yours.
Perfect. Thanks a lot for the invitation, Max, and thank you for having me today. Indeed, I was initially planning to talk about governance and my research, but in the light of the topic of the conference, I thought I will speak a bit more about sovereignty, digital sovereignty, to rebuild Ukraine. And that is in line with, indeed, my work at the European Decentralization Institute. And as we are publishing a policy brief tomorrow, I would rather like to talk a bit about digital sovereignty through decentralization, which I guess goes a bit in line with the previous speaker talking about liquid democracy. So colleagues, attendees of the conference, thanks for having me at the Ukraine's reBUIDL conference. As Ukraine looks ahead to post-war reconstruction, we face not only the task of rebuilding bridges, power grids, and cities, but also of rebuilding institutional trust and technological foundations. Today, I want to discuss an essential principle for the reconstruction, achieving sovereignty through decentralization. That principle is about ensuring that Ukraine's critical digital infrastructure, from public services and identity systems to energy markets and public finance, is resilient, transparent, and under sovereign control, rather than dependent on any single foreign provider or vulnerable central hub. Europe's own experience offers a valuable framework. Tomorrow, the European Decentralization Institute will publish its latest policy brief, where we argue that decentralization is the practical route to embed sovereignty into infrastructure. In plain terms, this means distributing control across many nodes and stakeholders, so no single failure or external decision can cripple our systems. Decentralized architectures reduce single points of failure and cannot be switched off by a hostile actor. In the context of Ukraine, a nation that has endured cyber attacks and infrastructure assaults, this approach is not theoretical. It is a matter of national survival and self-determination. So digital sovereignty in that context is the ability for citizens and governments to act independently and legitimately in the digital realm, especially when vital functions are at stake. For Ukraine's rebuild, digital sovereignty will be the backbone of your political and economic independence. The war has demonstrated the risks of over-reliance on centralized systems that can be hacked, shut down, or controlled from the outside. Decentralizing public, physical, and digital infrastructure is about closing that vulnerability gap. It also aligns with the European vision that the controls that matter, keys, code, control planes, must be within reach of our own institutions. In practice, this means Ukraine should build public digital systems on open distributed platforms, such as distributed ledgers, and I'm sure you have heard a lot about them during the day and tomorrow, where control is shared among trusted nodes in Ukraine and possibly across allied nations rather than locked in a single data center or vendor. Europe has already begun moving in this direction. We at the European Decentralization Institute call for governance-first regulation to rethink how digital platforms are governed from the outset, rather than only sanctioning misbehavior at a later point. This approach requires that our future critical systems have transparent rules for change and built-in checks and balances. As we put it, regulators should focus on how digital institutions change their rules, not only on policing conduct after the fact, and make protection of digital sovereignty an enforceable requirement in any new regulation. For Ukraine, adopting a governance-first mindset means that when procuring or developing new digital infrastructures, be it a national ID platform or an energy grid network, you must ask yourself first, who holds the keys and makes the rules? Can the system be independently audited and recovered if something goes wrong? And are we free from a dependency that could be used as a leverage against us? By embedding these questions, you ensure rebuilding is not just about restoring, but about future-proofing freedom. One of the most important lessons from recent years is that dependency on a single foreign provider or a monolithic system is a strategic risk. A central theme in Europe's digital sovereignty strategy is to measure and reduce the total cost of centralization. The total cost of centralization. And I can say this as a German citizen who always has been against Nord Stream and the dependency that it created for Germany. So total cost of centralization can be defined as the hidden costs that come from relying on centralized black box systems. And these costs include things like lack of portability or high exit costs if you want to switch systems, vulnerability to outages or cyber attacks, and loss of oversight. The European Decentralization Institute proposes a scorecard that tracks factors such as exit costs and switching time, key custody and operational control, auditability of processes, concentration risks, and emergency steering rights in every system. So what does that mean for Ukraine? This insight translates into concrete design principles, rebuild systems that should have low exit costs so that Ukraine is not locked into any vendor or technology without alternatives. Ukraine should retain custody of cryptographic keys and operational control within its jurisdiction so that even cloud-based services can be steered by Ukrainian authorities if and when needed. Systems must be auditable and transparent so that they can inspect what is happening under the hood. And there must be no single kill switch. And we have seen distributed ledger technologies and protocols having hidden kill switches. Decentralized ledgers and peer-to-peer architectures are especially suitable at this. They continue operating even if one node fails or is compromised. This resilience is not abstract. Imagine a future scenario where a crucial government database or payment system is targeted. If it's replicated across many nodes with consensus protocol ensuring integrity, the system would keep running. In effect, decentralization is a kind of digital civil defense. Kind of just in line with what we just heard about liquid democracy. I think it's very important to think about sovereignty and decentralization as a type of digital civil defense, allowing government to continue under stress. And allow me to turn the attention to identity systems, a cornerstone of any national digital infrastructure. A person's identity documents, credentials, personal data are as critical as roads and schools, as they enable citizens to access services and exercise rights. Ukraine's rebuild provides an opportunity to modernize how identities are managed, moving towards decentralized or self-sovereign identity models that enhance both security and personal agency. In a decentralized identity system, citizens hold their own verified credentials and can decide when to share information without all data residing in one giant governmental silo. The government or trusted institution will still play a role as attestation. So, for example, that person is a licensed doctor or that person owns this property. But those attestations are anchored on a blockchain where they can be independently verified and don't depend on querying a single governmental database. So why is this important for sovereignty? Firstly, it mitigates the risk of a single identity database being compromised or manipulated. Right now, we are seeing attempts to hack governmental databases. A decentralized approach means there is no single database to alter, and authenticity is proven by consensus and cryptography. Secondly, it can be extended trust beyond borders. If Ukraine adopts, say, the emerging European self-sovereign identity standards, being compatible with EIDAS 2, Ukrainian citizens could securely use their digital IDs across Europe in the future. Ukrainian citizens, including those displaced abroad, could benefit from an identity system that is both secure for tampering and portable. Such a system, for instance, might allow a Ukrainian student in Poland to prove their qualifications or a displaced family to access aid without waiting for paper records. In practical terms, adopting decentralized identity might involve issuing verifiable credentials for things like education certificates, professional licenses, or healthcare records on a blockchain. Projects in Europe are showing the way. For example, Catalonia in Spain piloted a self-sovereign identity for students. And then there's EPSI Vector, a European consortium exploring blockchain for diploma verification. Ukraine has already observer status in European EDIC, the consortium in charge of EPSI, the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, and Ukraine should take full advantage of that observer status. Rebuilding Ukraine's physical infrastructure, especially the energy systems, will be one of the largest investments in the country's history. By reconstructing power plants, grids, pipelines that have been damaged, there is a chance to not simply restore the old grid, but to reimagine the energy architecture as a more decentralized, renewable, and community-driven one. In so doing, no enemy can take critical energy infrastructure as hostage, as it is currently the case with the nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia. Decentralized ledger technologies can play a pivotal role by enabling local energy markets, peer-to-peer trading, and transparent management of resources. So what does this look like in practice? Consider an example from Austria. Their country's largest utility, Wien Energie, together with a blockchain company, launched MyPower, a platform that tokenizes solar energy assets and opens up ownership to everyday people. Through MyPower, citizens can invest in a portion of a solar panel installation and receive tokens representing their share of the energy production. In essence, it is an example of how blockchain transforms consumers into prosumers and spreads out both the ownership and resilience of an energy grid. Crucially, a decentralized energy strategy can attract international investment and engage the public. Donors and development banks are more confident funding projects that have built-in transparency, and communities are more likely to support and protect infrastructure that they have a stake in. This kind of communal stake is an aspect of sovereignty too, empowering Ukrainian communities to co-own the assets that power their lives. Rebuilding Ukraine will require enormous public investments and international aid. How to manage and track these funds will determine not only the success of reconstruction, but also the trust of citizens and donors. This is where decentralization intersects with transparency and accountability in the field of public finance and procurement. Blockchain is essentially an open ledger, a tool ideally suited to ensure that every expenditure, every contract awarded, and every donation is recorded immutably and can be audited by the public. And Ukraine already has a globally recognized e-procurement system, ProZorro, which was developed after 2014 to fight corruption. ProZorro, while not blockchain-based, proved the power of transparency by providing a public record of all procurement decisions. And it has saved taxpayers' money by exposing corrupt practices. The system's motto, "Everyone sees everything," encapsulates that principle. Some researchers studying ProSorrow have noted that if combining such digital record keeping with blockchain, Ukraine can get an immutable tamper-proof log of spending and bidding for to further reduce fraud and even speeding up contracting. For Ukraine's reconstruction, blockchain-based registries for reconstruction projects, where each project's funding, contracting, and progress reports are locked, is something to consider seriously. The World Bank and the EU could even be nodes on these ledgers and thereby reinforcing trust. What I have outlined is an ambitious agenda using decentralized technologies like blockchain to fortify Ukraine's sovereignty across digital infrastructure, identity, energy, and finance. This vision is not utopian. It is actually a practical framework, one already taking shape in parts of Europe that Ukraine can adopt and tailor to its unique circumstances. The underlying theme is sovereignty by design, building new systems in such a way that the very architecture of those systems upholds Ukrainians' independence, resilience, and values. Instead of centralized black boxes, choose open distributed rails that embed rules that do not break under pressure, as we have seen in the European, and as we are saying at the European Decentralization Institute, pilot sovereign decentralized rails in critical sectors, acting now, embedding sovereignty into Europe's digital foundations, and turn structural dependency into strategic autonomy. Ukraine can do the same, embedding sovereignty into their very code and hardware when rebuilding Ukraine. I might have been a bit fast with my presentation, but we do have time for questions about that if the audience are interested to discuss this further with me, and I would be happy to do so.
Yeah, sure. Thanks so much. And we have two questions. I'll put them on the screen. I hope you can see it, right?
Now I can see. I switched to the comment.
Yeah, okay, I'll read it.
Is that the first one?
Yes, yes.
The government using the blockchain to say if it comes from the source, it is trusted. Otherwise, it's fake, false. I'm not sure if that is actually an argument in favor of having governmentally controlled public blockchains or against. My argument was that decentralized nodes, even sharing nodes with other allied nations, might help to provide a public permissionless blockchain system, open source, that allows the tracking and tracing to rebuild trust in the structure and to organize value creation and capture in decentralized networks. That is what we ultimately aim for at the European Decentralization Institute. I hope it somehow answers that question. If it doesn't, please, Blockchain Professor X, specify your question again. And then you have a second one. Are the zero knowledge proofs being used for privacy here still very computationally intensive? I didn't speak about zero knowledge proofs, but of course you can combine zero knowledge proofs into that model, into that framework. There are other ways of keeping a secret without using computationally intense zero knowledge proofs in decentralized protocols. We can have that technical discussion, but of course it would also be important to know in which area zero knowledge proofs make sense and are required. But yeah, zero knowledge proofs make a lot of sense if there is no other way of keeping a secret, of keeping something private that is not meant to be made public.
If you want to post a question, you can use the YouTube comments section. But I also wanted to use this opportunity to ask you, as I know you were Ukraine is an observer in the sandbox, and we're paying attention to what's happening there. And as you're doing some oversight there as well, could you share some learnings of how it works? Because we also have a sandbox, and especially in the dialogue between legislators and builders.
So you're referring to the EU blockchain regulatory sandbox? that is spreading across Europe and is not focused on EU countries solely. In that sandbox, also Ukrainian companies are welcomed. Before I'm saying a few more words, lessons learned about the sandbox, let me say my reference to the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure and the European Digital Infrastructure Committee, EDIC, is sort of like the host organization also of the regulatory sandbox, and Ukraine has also observatory status there. And it would be great to see more involvement from Ukraine, kind of looking into that as well. Now back to the sandbox. The regulatory sandbox currently is running its third cohort. I'm sitting in the jury, selecting the companies, the startups, the organizations that is going into the regulatory sandbox. We are currently in the third and last phase. We had 20 companies in the first, 20 in the second, and now 20 in the last. And the whole idea is actually not only to make sure that the startups, the scale-ups are becoming regulatory sound and compliant with whatever underlying regulation is applicable to them in healthcare, in finance, in supply chain management. We just had the question from the gentleman about provenance. It is also actually something where different regulators from different countries come together. So you are not only speaking to the regulator in your respective country, but to regulators across Europe. And in that regard, that sandbox is quite unique. I know that a lot of countries do have also national sandboxes in finance. That is a sandbox that is not limited to finance. That is number one. And number two is it is actually bringing regulators from different countries together. Also because if you are registered in the European Union and you ask for passporting your registration to have access to the European market, it is, of course, also important for other regulators to understand what is the rationale, what is actually good practice in regulating companies. So the sandbox you are talking about is a sandbox for companies as well as for regulators to learn from each other. And in that regard, I think this is one of the smarter and really kind of great ideas that came out of Brussels. Having a sandbox that brings regulators from Norway, from Switzerland, from Spain, together with a use case, let's say from Ukraine, right? Learning from each other. And the intent is not only to help the companies to develop regulatory sound business models in a decentralized space, but also to come around with smarter regulation in the long run. And in that regard, I do hope that the European Commission finds money to have another 2-3 years of the regulatory sandbox funded. As I said, the current third cohort is coming to an end beginning of next year. And what we have seen, you asked about learnings from those regulatory sandbox experiences. We have seen a tremendous improvement over the years in the quality of the business cases. They have been great in the first year, but within this short time frame, we have seen a significant professionalization and depth of the use cases that I personally makes me very optimistic about the, let's call it, decentralization economy in Europe. We also had, over the years, almost the same interest for each of the cohorts, something, don't nail me down on the specific numbers, between 80 and 100 applications for those 20 positions in the sandbox. So there was a large number of consortia and startups and scale-ups who wanted to get into the sandbox. The quality was always high, but was increasing over the years. And it was from different industries. So, of course, we are often talking about the financial services industry. We are talking about DeFi, but we are seeing also in other areas interesting decentralization developments. And last but not least, it was almost evenly, not perfectly evenly, almost evenly distributed across Europe. So there is actually a positive signal. Now, what we have to make sure in Europe, and that is, of course, I'm right now here in Boston at Bentley University, we are seeing that the regulatory certainty the current administration here in the States is providing by pushing through not only the Genius Act, but also what is coming forward is the Deploying American Blockchain Act, is giving so much certainty and legal grounds on federal level in the United States that it has a big push on the blockchain industry. I hope that through the blockchain regulatory sandbox, startups in Kyiv and in Warsaw and in Paris have the same positive push effect, kind of wind under their wings through positive regulation that finally is sort of fully embracing and understanding that blockchain, ledger technologies, cryptocurrencies came to stay and should be incorporated and not prevented from happening. And as I said, the regulatory sandbox is, in my eyes, a good example for fast learning, institutional learning, adaptation, and hopefully improvement in regulation and accelerating innovation throughout Europe.
Thanks. And maybe you can also share maybe an example of a success story of a project that have developed significantly through this.
We have seen DeFi cases. Kind of, here's the thing. Kind of, I signed an NDA, so I can't really specifically talk about individual cases. But I can encourage everyone to follow the EU blockchain regulatory sandbox on LinkedIn. We are seeing that kind of cases are released once in a while. We are seeing actually very interesting combinations also in the most recent cohort. I can answer abstract, but I can't point to a specific case, Max. I hope you understand. So we are seeing an amalgamation of different technologies, right? Obviously, AI is a big trend. And we are seeing that, kind of deterministic, non-deterministic smart contracts, combinations of AI decision-making and ledger execution, semi and fully autonomous systems that operating on a distributed, sometimes decentralized, so permissionless blockchains are in use. We are seeing that actually the combination of different technologies is becoming more commonplace in harvesting the full potential of moving from automatic systems to autonomous systems. And that is a big push in pharma, in healthcare, in finance, in logistics. And there we are seeing these kind of combinations. And I would say this is a winning combination, and also something that is seeing increasingly on EU level, on national level, increasingly seeing more regulatory certainty because we now have the environment increasingly in Europe that is allowing these businesses to flourish.
Okay, thank you. Well, maybe there's time for last question, if any.
Again, I decided against slides kind of last minute the day before yesterday, because I thought before I'm talking about my research, which might be boring, I really kind of embrace rebuild Ukraine and take the insights from the recent policy brief into this discussion. That might be more spot on to this conference than me talking about governance aspects from my research. But feel free to ask more questions, and also reach out to me if you have more questions beyond today. And if there are no further questions, thank you for having me, Max, and I wish you all the best for this fantastic conference. And next time we should meet in person in Kyiv.
Yeah, I hope so, and appreciate your approach with today's presentation. Thank you so much. Hope to see you soon.
Thanks a lot. Take care. See you soon. Bye-bye.
And let me introduce our next speaker from the University of Washington, Professor Wei Kai. Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah, hello.
Would you like to share your presentation?
Yeah, sure. Let me see.
Okay, I see it.
Okay, so you can see now, right?
Yeah, please take the floor.
1 minute. So you can see the whole screen. Okay. Hello, everybody. It's great to have this opportunity here to share our research. And since the theme of the conference is about the post-conflict rebuild, and many crypto researchers believe that the decentralized community might offer innovative pathways to post-conflict digital reconstructions. So I'd like to take this opportunity to share some of our preliminary research in decentralized communities. So here's my outline. First of all, I'd like to share decentralized and centralized developer-driven communities in managing conflicts triggered by the Russia-Ukraine crisis. And second, I would like to examine the social capital dynamics in the decentralized NFT communities. And last, I'd like to introduce our recent work in airdrop hunters in decentralized community. So the first one is our previous work about a comparative analysis of centralized and decentralized developer autonomous organizations managing conflicts in discussing the external crisis. This is the work we have been doing 3 years ago, and it was published in IEEE Ukraine Section on computational social systems. So, well, this work is triggered by the dynamics of the developer communities. We know that we have lots of developer communities online, and they thrive to collaborations and discussions. However, in 2022, the world changed a lot of things, right? And when geopolitical events split the society into different camps, the online developers community face heated debates about whether to restrict access, donate funds, or take political stances. And previous research always focused on internal conflicts like code disagreement or workflow disputes. And based on this event, we asked ourselves a very important question. How do a community with fundamentally different governance structures manage the conflicts caused by massive external shocks? So to study this, we select two prominent communities. The first one is GitHub. Everybody knows about GitHub, right? It represents the centralized model. So there's a staff, has a ultimate authority to modify the contents, log the discussions, and make final decisions. So the government will exhibit a clear hierarchical structure to control the system. In contrast, Aave operates in a decentralized autonomous organization. So there's no single authority can override a community consensus. Instead, decisions will merge through blockchain-based voting, while the token holders will collectively determine the outcomes. So the structural differences provides the perfect natural experiments for understanding how governance models will affect the conflict resolution. So this is a thread in the crisis discussions. Okay, so for GitHub, and the initial discussion is about half day after the military action, and the topic will be called to cut the Russia from the GitHub due to a Ukraine invasion. And the community had lots of response, different opinions, and the process will be like the user or message on probation was selected as the best answer, and the GitHub manager canceled the best answer, and the official statement by GitHub staff and log the discussions. This is how the GitHub solved the problem. Well, the Aave, okay, there was an initial discussion as well, okay, regarding the topic, the proposal for donations for from the treasury. Well, there are a lot of community responses as well. Okay, support will call for the neutrality of the Aave, and the resolution will be processed like there will be a snapshot of voting created on February 27, and then there will be a voting process, and on the other day, the day after, they'll have an announcement of result and approval withdrawal. And eventually it will be closed in 10 days. So to analyze this case, we collect 6 months of discussions data spanning the crisis period. In our mixed method approach, we combine combinational analysis with qualitative observations. So as you can see here in GitHub, we collect all the data with natural language from discussion forums. And for Aave, we have Discord channels data, we have government forum data, and we also have voting analysis that we try to collect the voter numbers and results of the proposal. So, well, we have lots of stuff, but today, due to time limitation, we only discussed the most important discoveries. Well, actually, both communities, the GitHub and Aave, experienced initial task conflicts about what action to take. And however, the GitHub centralized approach triggered conflict transformations. When the staff started to ban the discussions without community consensus, members' frustrations manifested as an effective conflict characterized by personal attacks, identity-based arguments. So we do actually sentiment analysis based on the data, and it confirms the pattern. It shows increased negative and subjective personal the sentiments on GitHub. For example, like the Russians face accusations that they personally bore responsibilities for government actions. An argument devolved into ethnic stereotypings. In contrast, the Aave evolved this transformation entirely. Relative, objective, rational discourse persists throughout the whole process. So the voting mechanism channeled disagreement into structured decision-making rather than interpersonal arguments. And at the same time, I'd like to talk about how the blockchain makes the DAO management conflicts better. Blockchain technology actually provides two critical functionalities that Web2 platform cannot replicate. The first one, the cryptocurrency, directly aligns with the government participations with personal financial interest. GitHub has something like reputations and badge and something else, but there's no direct incentive for the members. Our analysis shows that the executed proposal in Aave will actually increase token price by approximate like $36 within 2 days. It's not just like apps or reputation or badges, it's immediate, tangible values. So every token holder benefits when good proposal pass, creating powerful incentives for thoughtful participations. And second, blockchain enable true, anonymities. So on GitHub, about 26 Polish users, 42 Russians, and 37 Ukrainians feel like compelled to reveal their geographic locations during the debates. And this disclosure triggered identity-based attacks. Aave, at the same time, on the other hand, the participants remain, pseudonymous blockchain addresses. So they just focus on argument merits rather than national origins. So these are something we discovered from our previous research. And triggered by this research, we decided to spend more efforts in understanding how decentralized community performs. And that brings in our recent presentations in ASEAN CSCW conference. It studies the decentralized Web3 NFT communities from a social capital perspective. I believe we are all familiar with Web2 platforms that related communities, but what happens when the community is built around decentralized ownership through NFTs and cryptocurrencies? And how does the social capital, a concept that relates to dimensions to measure the societal prosperities differs? And this is the core question we set out to answer. By doing this research, we hope that we can find the key, we said the secret, to boost the Web3 economics, and we're trying to create better economic systems for the Web3. So beyond everything, okay, I believe everybody knows about what's going on with NFTs. And a few years ago, NFT boom promised a decentralized future of user ownership. But I know we might think, right, NFTs, isn't that bubble over? And yes, if we look at the market price, it's dying now, okay? However, we argue that beyond the market hype, the societal potential of this technology hasn't disappeared. Most of our prior research on NFT focus on market speculations, especially last year we have experienced the hype of the meme coins and everything related to speculations. But very few researchers have asked a very important question. As a socio-technical phenomenon, what is the potential of these communities for collaborations, creativities, and broader societal prosperity? And that's our entry point, to re-examine the whole phenomenon through the lens of the social capital. So to explore this systematically, we proposed two research questions. Okay, two research questions. The first one is, how is the social capital characterized in these communities on the 6 dimensions? So the 6th dimension is defined by the social capital theory, okay, from different aspects, for example, like network structures, collaborations, inclusions, communications, trust, and empowerment. So those research dimensions defines the social capital. So our question is that how the social capital characterized within the Web3 NFT communities. And we actually choose a very interesting system, a case called Inverse. It's a very popular community in Web3. It is the reason we choose it because it's a very perfect extreme case for research. It used a public domain license, CC0, and the founder even quit after release. So actually, it hands the entire project over to the community. It's pure decentralized. And due to the blockchain, a small part of the inverse and its derivative transactions could be repaid to the community treasured autonomously and benefit the potential creators. So this actually gives us a unique chance to observe how decentralized system ecosystems. The second one is about how does the society capital empower individuals and collectives, and that is how we're going to derive our observation based on that. So what's the challenge of doing this? There are two challenges. Okay, the first one is the trust challenge, how to quantify trust levels in contextual, subjective conversations. And the second one is the inclusion challenges. How are we going to measure the global diversity from mass location data? Like, many creators online, they don't use real city names, the location names. And there might be unstructured addresses or some emojis with some specific meanings. So it's very difficult for us to collect those data. Most previous studies will actually use surveys, interviews, or expert panels. And unfortunately, they're not quantitative methods. It's just qualitative ones. So for us, we hope that we can use data, but at the same time, those data are very difficult to be used because of the unstructured nature of the Web3. So to solve these problems, our methodology combines mature tools with our Delphi-based human large language model collaboration to systematically address our research questions. So as you can see from this figure, we actually analyze social media networks, the social media networks data, okay? And we also analyze the trading and creation networks. For trading and creation networks, it's relatively easier. We can actually use statistic analysis. Well, for social media, it will be complicated, right? Because there are lots of the natural language with unstructured informations. For example, like tweet clusters and also the locations from different users. So in this work, as I mentioned, we try to incorporate a Delphi-based human large language model collaboration. And what is that? Okay, so in this figure, we try to explain how you're going to do the work. We recruit a number of human experts. At the same time, we have a ChatGPT working with us. So those human experts will independently analyze a small sample of the data, for example, like summarizing the topics or scores for trust. And the GPT will do the same work. And we will have a human facilitator collect these outputs, and then we will have anonymize them and share them back to the groups. And this feedback and refinement loop will repeat until consensus is reached. And this process will effectively calibrate the large language model to the judgment of human experts. Once calibrated, we should deploy the large language model to analyze our entire database of nearly 2 million tweets and 200,000 blockchain transactions, so that we are able to scale and provide relatively reliable results. So what do we find? Okay, first of all, the Infer community structure is more decentralized. It's more like an open bazaar, right? Rather than a top-down cathedral. So this is something. The first thing we got from the system. Okay, it's more decentralized, and there are actually a lot of diverse interactions with many-to-many communications predominantly. Okay, this is something very different from centralized Web2 communities. And also, it shows that the rich clubs, I would say the influential nodes, do not form inclusive connectivities among those rich club users. They tend to engage broadly across the network, enabling much healthier information flow. And our second finding is related to trust and inclusion. As I mentioned, we try to analyze the information, the geographic information behind the users. And how to do that? We analyze the self-disclosed locations on their Twitter and on everything. And we show that there's a striking difference. So in the left-hand side, you can see the general disclosure participants for general tweets. And the general user discussing the inverse, nearly half use they use cyber slangs for their location to protect their privacy. But in the right-hand side, okay, that is the core inverse community. Those who use inverse avatar or holding the inverse NFT. The pattern flipped. Actually, over half choose to share their real-world region. So we interpret this counterintuitive act of self-disclosure as a strong signal of high trust and psychologically safety within the community. And finally, we find empowerment, but actually in a different ways of success. It's not about the market price. On the left-hand side, as you can see that the first figure here, we see a person's social connections have little to no correlation with their direct trading gains. This challenged the idea that the crypto communities are just getting rich quickly or just coming here for money. Instead, we discover a very interesting and thriving creative ecosystem supported by two key mechanisms. The first one is about the CC0 license. It's a form of copyright decentralization. It really unleashed an abundance of free derivative creations, as you can see from the figure in the middle. So there are lots of transaction networks, not only for the inverse NFTs, but also with a lot of NFT token derivative NFTs. And second, the blockchain smart contract ensured that part of the royalties from these creation flow directly into the community treasure. This fund, as you can see from the right chart, continued to grow after the founder left. It enables the members to vote and fund new projects. So this mechanism creates a self-sustaining ecosystem and shifting the value generation from short-term speculation to long-term sustainable collaborations. So this leads to a deeper discussion. We can frame these findings using the theory of human activities. So first, much of our engagement in Web2 platforms can be seen as a labor. It's repetitive activities driven by necessities, or in this case, the profit of orientation. While the emphasis creative, trying to has an element of speculation that feels like labor, it truly potentializes as well. The C0 and the blockchain-based royalty model empowers the work, the act of the creation and self-expressions, and as we can see from the diverse derivative of the ecosystem. And most importantly, the on-chain governance empowers the action, the ability for individuals to participate in collective decision-making and shape their future public life, something often missing in centralized system today. So that is something we have already done for the decentralized community. And also people believe that nowadays decentralized community is still in a very early stage, and there are lots of problems to be solved. And recently we try to solve some problems that we encounter in the early stage of the project. We probably know that many projects will try to do airdrop in their starting phase, so that they are able to increase the use base and try to decentralize their project with a decentralized community. But here comes the problem. Lots of people started to create fake identities to claim those decentralized attacks, decentralized airdrops, and we call them civil airdrop hunters, because they technically using the civil nature of blockchain to get the benefit from airdrops, and they are actually making a harm to the whole ecosystem. So we have been doing this for a while as well. We try to analyze the behaviors of the airdrop hunters, and we try to build system to address the issue of airdrop hunters. So in the left-hand side, this is something we have done before. We use big data to analyze the pair swap, one of the most interesting decentralized exchange. So they actually have an airdrop before. So we try to analyze the patterns of the airdrop hunters with big data. And we realize that we can categorize them into different groups. We're able to identify their behaviors and how the airdrop hunters collect their benefits after the airdrops, and also find the behaviors after the airdrops. So this is something we published in KAI 2023. And in the right-hand side, there was another work based on observation of pair swap. We tried to build a system to identify the airdrop hunter patterns. So use GNN to analyze the data in Blur airdrop season 1. And based on the data we collect, including the NFT informations and also the airdrop address transactions and post airdrop activities, we try to figure out how we can build up a neural network, okay, to automatically identify those patterns in the following airdrop activities. So this is something we published last year in WWW 2024. So what we're doing now, well, a lot of people are actually asking me about the airdrop, how actually find the airdrop hunters, especially for those startups who would like to do airdrops. So this year, our main focus is to reach a consensus on the airdrop hunter standards. We're trying to find out what exactly it is airdrop hunters, and how can we actually, define airdrop hunters with a numeric standards. And based on that, we started to accumulate those civil address on different systems, including the Ethereum and also the Solana and everything. And this is the purpose of this research, is to accelerate the research in this area, because lots of people are trying to build out the system to prevent airdrop hunters, but unfortunately they don't have the data. So we're trying to accumulate data for the research. And also, we hope that it will also provide an industry reference for the potential airdrop hunters. So if you're interested in our projects, you can visit our website. We will have our progress posted there, and we also have links so that you're able to access our database. So thank you very much for listening. And actually, these works are completed by my former PhD student, Dr. Hongzhou Chen, and he's currently the lead of CKB Eco Fund, and he's also very interested in academic jobs. So he's open to work in academia. And this is my information. And we actually have a number of PhD student opening at the University of Washington. So in decentralized computing. So if anyone is interested or have good student to introduce, please let me know. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. It's a great proposal for our audience as well. So there's a few minutes for the question. Please post it in the YouTube comment sections if you have any. In the meantime, I would like to ask you, with your work on identifying Sibyls, what could you say about the KYC or like other proof of like personhood approaches? How do they compare, if they are suitable at all for somebody looking to do an airdrop?
Well, for example, now if you're using the Binance Alpha to claim airdrop, right? They can do KYC, but the problem is that means it's centralized, right? Binance itself is centralized. If a system is decentralized, then there's no centralized third party to do the KYC. That's the problem, and that is the problem of many decentralized communities, because we are not able to do KYC, right? Because everybody can generate a address by just creating a key, yeah. And that brings a lot of problems in decentralized community. That's why many communities will try to use state-based systems. So if you have the money, we treat you as a real person. Yeah.
And what do you think also over the situation where, say, new projects or protocols, in a way, they maybe want to stimulate Sibyls because they want to, show more active users or traction or transactions. So in a way, they are creating these incentives for extortion.
Yeah, this is a very, very good question. Actually, I know that many projects, they're kind of like, they don't like airdrop hunters because they don't want to airdrop their tokens to those, Sibyl attackers. But at the same time, they still want a lot of people to use their system so that eventually they can use those data to prove to the centralized exchange, for example, like Binance, so that I have lots of use space. You should list my token on your exchange. So it's something very, very, interesting. But I think it become a game. So the airdrop hunters, they try to pretend to be good users so they can claim their token, right? And for decentralized chain, for the project, as I mentioned, there are two sides of the airdrop hunters, right? And for the centralized exchange, they need to identify who is the real user, because they don't want to list those tokens that have a lot of fake users. So it will be a battle among the three parties, and they all need to identify who is the real user. And so that's why we try to develop the skills, try to make definitions, develop skills, develop the database, so that everybody can use it as a reference, yeah, so that they can help each other, yeah, and they can also get benefit out of this research, yeah.
Great. It would be nice to have a standard shared meaning about this topic in the industry. Well, if there are no other questions, deeply thank you for your presentation. Really interesting research, and thanks for joining us. Hope to meet you somewhere else.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Cheers. Okay, so we're coming to the last presentation of today, which will be done by me. Let me quickly upload the presentation as well. Okay. Well, as I mentioned in the beginning, I'm Max Semenchuk from the Web3 Institute, which is one of the co-organizers of this conference. And I would also like to use some time to quickly share about our work, our plans, and invite you to collaboration. So I'll talk briefly about myself. I work in IT for long and last 7 years, mostly in the Web3 space. I mostly came on the topic of DIOs and like distributed governance as a manager in heart and in by education. That's what really brought me into the industry. And then I started to learn more about all the other technical advances there. And mostly I was managing my own development company called Fire Labs. And in 2020, I decided to switch to something more socially responsible or impactful. And around the time also in the Ministry for Digital Transformation, there was a team created for the regulation of the virtual assets market. So I joined it and worked pretty closely since then for like 5 years now. And that work also translated into creation of this Web3 Institute, the initiative where I call myself a program director. So basically overseeing programs as a program of this conference as well, or other initiatives we do. So that also influences the topics being the public goods, the regenerative finance, lately also agent-based modeling. So that's some of my personal research interests. But of course, in the institute, we have much more. But why it exists? So when I joined the ministry, as I'm not a legal expert and could not contribute much to the legislation, I was looking into the general strategy. So Ukraine had a really strong position and still has, because we have one of the highest level of adoption per capita in the world, usually like ranked from number 1 to number 5. Like it's not the biggest market in the size, but it's one of the biggest adoptions because of the crisis we have as well. It's contributing. But also like there was like no regulation and but a lot of services. So speaking with different, like being a business person at that time, also speaking to other business people, I found out there's like a big gap in the understanding of the market and within the regulators, policymakers, not a lot of understanding of the industry at that time. So the idea was to, like suggested by one of my advisors as well from UNDP, to hold research under the foresight methodology. This is the methodology of like long-term thinking. So it was 2020. We stated like, okay, what's going to be the market? What market we want to build in 2030? Let's collect the intelligence from the ecosystem. So through the online and offline workshops, we connected over 100 participants from every ministry connected to this, parliamentaries, every type of business, like from mining to DeFi to developers, consultants, all the NGOs. We even got like a sociologist present at that work. So that research really made a foundation for this further work within the private-public partnership framework that we call Web3 Institute, which is like legally is like a public union. And this year we mostly made our bets on the talent strategy. So we were observing where we can contribute most within this platform, and that was the talent. So let me tell you a bit more like in details about these steps. So yeah, you could see on this picture, and like on almost every slide, you can find the link to a more detailed page on this. And this is quite a significant research in size. Like there is like English summary, but also big chunk in Ukrainian. But to be really brief about the content of it, is like all the people you see mentioned are the players in the industry and regulators and so on. So they debated, like, the key contradiction was freedom over security. So most of the market enjoyed that lack of rules in a way, because nothing was restricted, like crypto was never banned, or was never like illegal in Ukraine, but it was never legal. It was like in the gray zone. But due to that, there was the minimum restrictions on the market. I think only the like terroristic funding or something like that was really having some action. But most of the users and businesses, they were living in a free way, I guess. Also, not having access to banks and so on. They wanted to have more connection to the traditional system. But that was the case. The case from the legislatures was that we need to protect the country. Back in 2020, we already had aggression from Russia, but in 2022, the scale increased dramatically. So the question of security, the economic security, stability of the currency, the consumer protection were the main factors leading regulators to put some strict rules to the industry. And still the reputation of crypto, we call it virtual assets of Web3, but most people identify it with crypto and being like something connected to illegal activities, for example, or like not paying taxes and so on. But out of these two key drivers, visions that were foreseen, they could be called like digital democracy and digital dictatorship. So in both cases, they were digital, like that, and everybody believed there in that room that the market would develop under any condition. But the key question would be how much of the control would be imposed over the regular person, not so much even a business, but like people overall. And in one scenario, it was more like open and transparent and collectively governed. In the other, it was more restricted, maybe more favorable for corporations that could, carry the burden of strict regulation, hire a lot of lawyers, get more monopoly positions, maybe somewhere, and more surveillance from the government. So earlier today, it was compared a bit to the approach between Taiwan and China, in how this new technology can be developed. So back then, it was a bit more people, like in number, like that were connected to freedom, but also almost 40% were more on the side of security, like lawyers and so on. They were also there. So while this tension existed, still one of the outcomes of that conversation was this roadmap of how we move forward and what the projects we build. And one of the projects that gathered people from all the sides was education. So we built the time initiative group around the basic course. There were other initiative groups, and now through the 3 years of since that foresight, this is there are more than 50 partners that participated in the shared programs that included the government representatives, not only from Ukraine, like Ministry for Digital Transformation or Parliament. It was also the government of Switzerland or Cyber Police. There were a number of academic institutions, including the Cambridge Center for Alternative Finance, or IEEE, the co-partner of this conference, the Linux Foundation, and our top universities, and of course a big number of businesses which were providing expertise and funding for the things to be done, which is one of our biggest, I think, assets and achievements so far. Also, behind that, there was a team of passionate people who were coordinating and maintaining those initiatives. You would hear a presentation, for example, from Dmitry Nikolaevsky, who's one of the key authors of the law on the virtual assets. You will hear from Dmitry Maslov on the third day on the decentralized science approaches and his efforts in measurement the efficiency of science. Sergey Gribnyak is our constant host and would be presenting our research on the panel tomorrow with the minister and other respected experts. So also one of the founding themes of our work was this digital economy and digital democracy, and we put these values in all our work and in topics of this conference. So economic recovery is one of the key things we look into, but digital trust, interoperability within the countries, within the systems, the social impact, the ecological impact. So this is the key values that we translate in our work. So coming to the strategy, what Web3 Institute does, to develop the ecosystem. So we were thinking, okay, typically there are these ecosystem pillars like regulation or investment. So far, like after 5 years, we still have no regulation in place. It's like the whole story is even more than 5 years, and what 5 years is from the time that the Ministry of Digital Transformation pushed this law that got accepted, but still needs the taxation amendments in order to fully come into work. So there's still, gray zone around regulation. Ukraine was never a big hub for investment due to some judicial weaknesses and overall, so with the war, it became even worse because it pushed the migration of the talent. It increased the risks, even like holding the development offices. But the only one thing that was strong, through that time was talent, because Ukraine has one of the best technical universities for a long time. So it allowed us to become a development hub. And many great projects like Solana or Near, they were done by the founders that come from Ukraine, of course not registered in Ukraine. But for us, it's important to, for the Ukrainians are the most important, and developing the talent, allowing people to prosper and create more opportunities for other Ukrainians to prosper was the key. So that's where we could do something, and that's where also our lack of meaningful and sustainable activity. So how do we do it? I mentioned already the course on the crypto literacy, the basic course, like we did some other courses I will mention further. We initiated some important researchers. We connect people within our internship matching program. And also we experiment. So we build this community like student blockchain clubs, and have a small DIO own fund for grassroots initiatives in the education and more. So speaking about our courses, the basic course on crypto literacy is our one of the most known and successful. More than 36,000 students started to learn with it, and we intend to update it further with some new content and on-chain attestations. Last year we launched the intro to the Web3 professions, highlighting we got for each of professions, so the market, as we understood, needs developers, but not only the marketers, the managers, the financiers, the community managers, and so on. So we took representatives from Ukrainian rooted companies for each of the profession and asked them about the myth and the roadmaps, the expectations, the important media and knowledge they need to have. So both of these courses are now being integrated in the universities, and some of the universities even provide official like credits for them. And time to time, we participated in the courses for the government workers, like with the Cambridge Center for Alternative Finance for the regulators, or just internal workshops for the ministry to promote the use of DLT technologies inside the government. Also on our website, you can find these researches. So Talk to Founders was our first after the foresight, where we understood the founders have unique and most advanced in a way perspective to what drives the market. So we have spoken to them in a free manner, like what drives and what stops the development in the market, being also a talent, being like regulation, being war situation, and so on. So the report outlines the summarization of the thoughts on their perspective for the market development. The Web3 manifesto with those 4 topics like trust and recovery and so on is also our Bible in terms of how we measure our efficiency. Then, if you're interested in the existing cases in Ukraine government for like using DLTs for public services, there were like 6 cases that we researched, from CBDC to the timber industry, tracking supply chains, and so on. So it's an analysis of what was working in those implementations and overall what happened and how we can move forward with better implementations. And of course, this conference is a part of it. So we speak with the one of the best minds in the world on this. And thank you for being a part of this as well. So a few words on the internships. So after we launched the course on the Web3 professions, of course, this helps people to make orientation, because still many tech students, as Web3 is a bit of a bubble, not in the financial term, maybe as well, but bubble in the sense of a tight community where there's lots of slang, lots of insiders, and recruiting from the internal circles and so on. So, okay, we help people to maybe look into which professions could be there, but the best way we understood people could, students could really get their jobs is by practicing under the experts in the market. So we established a program where we just invited students to sign up, to share about their experience, maybe about their achievements, maybe they participated in some hackathons or whatever, or they're students of the cryptography courses. And then we offered this list to the companies so they can select who they want to interview. And through that, already a number of students have joined the internship, and some of them already switched to the full-time job. So we're continuing this work, and you could join this program as a student or as a company, and just check out this page mentioned here. Also, we understood that if we want to scale the educational initiatives in the universities, stimulate the internal researchers or clubs, we might want to offer them support, so for the people who already take the leadership role, we could offer, maybe they will apply with a small funding request for holding a meetup or something like that. And this, just in the second half of the year, we got 18 people who were signers from the community in this fund, and we got some donations from the companies like Cello or Gardens, and also from some community members. So currently we distributed already 2 applications, and we intend to increase our fund 10 or maybe 20 times even for the next year, as we see that even small amounts really help with getting good initiatives to the speed. So let's talk a bit about what's next. Tomorrow will be a panel on the Web3 impact for the digital economy of Ukraine. So this is another important research we're starting to make our steps measurable, because Ukraine has doesn't have a lot of resources to spare. So we need to be really precise. We need to have a scientific rigor in our implementations. So that's a step in that direction. We want to scale our internship program. So invite more companies, like last time we mostly had technical universities because of the program supported by Ethereum Foundation, but we intend to scale to other universities, economic universities, to other countries as well, maybe more within European Union, but not only. We're really open to, share resources on the curriculum development, adapt our courses, or help the students to incubate the projects together by finding the experts and mentors. And finally, we're thinking about starting something like a talent association. So to gather more tightly those 50 partners around the needs of recruiting or creating more specialists in the market, so that would create like a more measurable ecosystem, a more transparent ecosystem about what really happens after people pass the course, or join internship. So there would be like a clear ROI on the program's investments. So just for this research, I mentioned, you heard today Paul Brody from the Ernst & Young. There would be Ramesh from the leading the blockchain section of the IEEE overall, Hart Montgomery from the Linux Foundation, Dimitrios from the GBBC. So we already have like quite great minds on the research, but the research itself is really huge. It has more than 20 sections. So, for example, on the energy, on the judicial system, and so on. So, of course, that we would need more experts. And if you look to contribute, please contact us, offer your expertise. You can, it can help your use cases maybe to be more, considered for the Ukrainian context, and get some also feedback and traction within the expert community that's already working on that. Check out our current talent within the internship matching, so you could see it's like we get more people joining all the time, but you could already see like cybersecurity specialists, cryptography specialists, applied mathematics. So lots of deep tech, expertise, and you could see their good English level and their profiles. Just let us know if you're seeking any specific expertise, and we might make you a better match with our intelligence. And overall, we have this page on the website for the next 2 years plans. So we're really open, like if you would like to join our talent association, or if you are interested in any programs, feel free to see, like we're gonna build on the current successes, but we're also open to consider the proposals from our new and prospective partners. Maybe just one other thing on this talent association. So as we envision it, the on-chain certification could help us create this mapping of the industry. So maybe even like in the form of a, like union of Web3 professionals that can, vote, that can like whitelist, blacklist, that can, share, like professors can, attestate the students, and thus provide the companies instant way for, seeing this new talent appear on the market. So we will hope to use all the network science and tools to move the needle and decrease the cost of hiring, increase the quality of hiring. There are also some security problems lately in the industry with the like some bad actors trying to take positions in the companies. So yeah, we hope that could be a good step to improve this. Well, on this note, I will stop. Here's my contacts and the website. Please visit it and ask me any questions. Really open to that. In the YouTube comment section or somewhere else. Or if that's it, then thank you so much for being with us this first day. We have another 2 days of IEEE agenda and a few meetups. Follow the luma.com DLT forum link. Tomorrow we start like a half hour earlier, but it's for a good reason. There would be a great presentation from Dina on the UN Pension Fund, decentralized identity, and a huge number of other great speakers through the day. Thanks, everybody. Wish you a great time of day wherever you are, and see ya.